We'll call the August 26, 2026 meeting of the Transportation Commission to order. Ariana, if you'd please read the instructions.
Welcome to our virtual meeting. We're going to cover before beginning. If you lose connection at any point during the meeting, you can reconnect by clicking the link or calling the number in your original email. To members and city staff members, if you are able, please activate your video and keep it on for the duration of the meeting. Staff, if you are able, please activate your video when you are speaking. Use the raise hand feature when you'd like to be recognized to speak or ask questions. Staff, click raise hand when you're asked a question. The chair will do the best to call on committee members in the order in which hands are raised. Lowering your hand will take you out of the queue. Members of the public who have registered to speak, the name you entered in Zoom must match the name you entered in registration, and you will remain muted until called upon. The clerk will tell you when your time is up, and after speaking, a member of the body may ask you a question. If you need to share documentation with the commission, please send it to the email listed on today's agenda. Chair, the floor is yours.
Thanks, Ariana. Aiden, if you could call the roll, please.
Absolutely. William Okovich.
Present.
Sean O'Brien.
Present.
Derek Field.
Here.
Barbara Harrington McKinney. Ann Kovich.
Here.
Robbie Weber.
Here.
Denise Jess.
Present.
Pepe Barros.
Here.
Chris McCahill.
Here.
Bill Bremer.
Here.
Harold Clemes.
Here.
And Lynn Olson.
Here. Okay, Ariana, Chris Dawson is in attendees, and I believe he's also he's a presenter for item 3. So if you could move him over, please.
Okay, he's moving over.
And
Thank you.
And this is Alder Harrington McKinney.
Oh, Alder Harrington McKinney, you're here? Okay. Okay. So since we have a full house, Lynn, at this point, you would not be able to make motions or vote tonight, but we'll keep our eye on it and see if anybody has to leave early, that might change. Okay. Everybody have a chance to look at the minutes from the meeting from last time. Bill.
Make a motion of approval of the minutes from the last meeting.
Okay, there's a motion. Alder O'Brien.
Second.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. Any discussion? Okay, seeing no hands, I'm going to assume a unanimous consent vote unless anybody wishes to vote no or abstain. If so, please raise your hand. Okay, that motion's carried unanimously. Okay, do we have any public comment under item 1?
We do not, no.
Okay. Any disclosures or recusals this evening? Alder Field.
Thank you, Chair. On the item related to University Research Park, I'm an employee of UW-Madison, an affiliate of URP, but that will not affect any votes on this item. Just a disclosure. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you for that. Anybody else? Chris.
Same for me.
Okay. Happens at the council meeting a lot, doesn't it, Alder? Anybody else? Okay, thanks everybody. I'm sorry, was there somebody who had something? No? Okay. We'll move directly to item 2, review and feedback of the plans and specs for public improvements, well, in the University Research Park. We'll just go with that. And I believe we have a number of people here this evening to work on a presentation. Chris, are you going to lead us off, or how's this going to work?
Yeah, I'll just kind of tee it up for the Research Park folks. I'm Chris Pedikowski with City of Madison Engineering. We've been working with the Research Park on platting this land for quite a number of years. It was platted once and then I believe replatted a few years back, and they are ready to enter into developer agreement to construct all the public improvements that's part of this. This did go before the Board of Public Works a couple weeks ago, and they referred it back to TC to look at some of the path alignments in the project, particularly because there are some outlots that are both at the same time called out for tree preservation and for bike paths, and the two don't always work hand in hand all that well. So the board, I believe, the intent was to refer it back to the TC to determine whether or not the paths really are necessary, because they do end up in a bit of tree loss. We have Samantha Herheim with KL Engineering, David Cleary with UW Research Park, and Brendan Johnson with the DOA here to present tonight. And Fadi and myself are here. We've been working with them on the design, and available for questions too. So I think Sam's going to do the presentation.
Okay, before we get into that, can I just ask Aiden, do we have anybody registered to speak on this item?
We do. We have one person.
Okay, so we'll have a presentation first, and then we'll go to comments from the public, and then we'll go to questions and then move on to any motions and discussion. So go ahead, Sam.
So I will be running the slides here, but I'll actually turn it over to Brendan from the DOA. Brendan, I think you're on.
Yeah, sure. And we'll quickly kind of transition over to Quillen Parkey as well.
Yeah.
On here to talk from URP's perspective as well. But just giving you a brief outline of the agenda today is kind of talk about our introductions, give a little background about University Research Park, provide a project overview, discuss some of our street improvements, intersection improvements, our takeaways from the Board of Public Works, and then discuss some of our path alternatives and discussions that we've had internally as a team, but then also with the commission here as well, and then hopefully get some feedback and recommendations as we move forward here. And I know Sam with KL, we've provided a lot of supporting materials in advance of this meeting, so there's a lot to digest here. And if there's any questions, we can dive into any topics deeper once we finish up our presentation, because there's a lot of moving parts here that all kind of connect together. So with that, I guess I'll turn it over to Quinn.
Yeah, hello. I'm Quinn Perkey, the staff attorney for the University Research Park. I want to give you guys a quick background on URP and this project before turning the presentation over to our team of subject matter experts who can better dive into the details and process to date. So I think many of you know who we are, but for those of you who don't, the University Research Park is a 501c3 affiliate of University of Wisconsin-Madison. We were founded in 1984 to essentially further the teaching and research mission of the university, support tech transfer and commercialization of UW-Madison research, and really to actualize the Wisconsin idea. We primarily develop laboratory buildings for companies with a nexus to the university. And we're a lot like WARF or the foundation in that all profits go to Bucky, as we like to say around the office. So we're really not typical developers. We're a long-term institutional owner, and we answer to a board chaired by the chancellor. So another unique aspect of our board is they don't really believe in selling land. So we either self-develop and own both the land and the improvements, or when a third party is going to come in, we will enter into ground leases. And the intent here is that really the UW will benefit from land ownership in perpetuity. And, you know, we sort of started this journey, I guess, at the existing University Research Park, which was former Cal's Agricultural Research Farm. And right now at that park, we're working to add density to more fully take advantage of the 2 new BRT stops on our borders, which we're really excited about. back in the early 2000s, we began working with UW-Madison and the Board of Regents to acquire additional land on the far west side of Madison, including the parcel at issue today, which I believe we purchased around 2012. And, we're really seeking to sort of model it after our existing campus and really make it an environment that's attractive to, local and national companies, for the next 100 years. And the project before you today is, it's really an infrastructure project to create marketable shovel-ready lots for lab tenants, which would range, sort of from research and development labs to biomanufacturing facilities. And because this land is currently owned by the Regents and this project will be funded with state program revenue bonds, this project's being spearheaded by Brendan at the DOA's Division of Facilities Development and Kale Engineering, who were hired through a competitive bidding process. So these guys, Brendan, Christy, Sam, they're the real experts. So I'll turn it over to them to get into the substance of the presentation. Thank you for your time.
Yeah. Well, thanks, Quinn, for providing that overview of URP. And this is a unique project, something that the state doesn't typically take on, but definitely requires a hybrid approach between the coordination of these public improvements through the state-led process through construction, and also obviously coordinating these improvements within the city of Madison public right-of-way, and ultimately, once accepted, turned over to the city for long-term ownership and maintenance of these public improvements. So we've been working hand in hand with the city of Madison engineering staff since design has really got underway here in 2026. And just provide you a brief overview of this schematic that we're looking at here, kind of orientate ourselves with north to the right and Valley View to the right-hand side of the screen or facing north, and Pleasant View to the bottom or easterly direction. With our project, we're proposing to add 2 new street sections. Essentially, the first one being an extension of Ancient Oak from the residential community and tying to Pleasant View. And then other connection north-south would be Boyer Street from Valley View tying into Pleasant View at the same intersection as the Hill Valley development to the east with Enchantment Road. And these intersection improvements, for the most part, are full access improvements. We'll start first at Boyer Street and Pleasant View. We'll be adding a northbound left turn lane, and the southbound right turn lane will be a shared through bus lane that is existing there today. We've coordinated that with Dane County as far as that geometry for that intersection. And then Boyer Street would be stop controlled with a eastbound left turn lane and then a shared through right. And then the idea there is in the future, if signal warrants are met, eventually potentially become a signalized intersection down the road. Moving over to the north here, Ancient Oak and Pleasant View. That'd be a somewhat restricted intersection as a right in, right out, left in. So the eastbound left from Ancient Oak would be restricted, and it'd also be a stop controlled intersection on Ancient Oak. And then in the interior too, between Boyer Street and Ancient Oak, that'd be a 4-way stop control intersection with all shared movements in single lane directions. And then lastly, moving to Boyer Street and Valley View. That one is a kind of full access intersection, a T intersection, with the addition of a westbound left turn lane, and then a shared eastbound through right, and then on the Boyer Street to be a left turn and a right turn lane, with the exception that large trucks would not be able to make that northbound left turn movement, just based on the turning movements of that intersection and the median there, providing some separation for that westbound left turn lane. So northbound left turn trucks would either have to use Boyer Street or take a right turn and head through the roundabout to kind of make the U-turn there. But I will note too, we'll talk about it further in our cross section and our street section view, but on both sides of Ancient Oak, we're proposing sidewalk, and then on the west side of Boyer Street, would be sidewalk as well. And then on the east side would be a path connection. And Sam, if you could highlight the path there in purple and the next little animation there.
Yep.
So this path connection on the east side of Boyer Street would extend from the south of Mansion Hill on Pleasant View, Waterbend Drive and Mansion Hill. There's a section of path on the west side of Pleasant View that kind of stops and goes into sidewalk. So we extend that connection to Boyer Street and then continue to the north to the connection north of Valley View, where that existing path connection would then lead up and kind of complete that north-south connection there. I know there's been some comments before the Transportation Commission as far as location of the bike path. This was the preferred alternative discussed with the City of Engineering staff to help align with the Hill Valley development to the east to provide a connection for the bike path and limit the amount of crossing of Boyer Street that would occur. And I know there were some comments about the frequency of driveways and impacts from one side to the other. But in preliminary concepts, nothing has been set in stone for site plans, but initial concepts show both the west side and the east side have the same number of driveways on Boyer Street. So that wouldn't really be an impact for this project or consideration of an added benefit. And then there was also the comment about potentially completing a bike path connection on Pleasant View from Valley View all the way to the south. And the Boyer Street connection helps provide that. And we also don't have enough right-of-way or room to provide a path within the existing footprint of the road, balancing impacts to utility easements, ATC poles, and then just trying to fit into geometry and providing adequate median space between vehicles and pedestrians on a path. So the preferred route there in purple would be the north-south connection that matches well with the planning documents that we'll share further in the slide deck. But the goal mainly here today is to talk more about these connections to the west, highlighted in yellow, between Greenside Park and Nelson Crossing, and then also the east-west connection from Boyer Street to Greenside Park as well, and balancing the impacts, like Chris mentioned, of preserving trees, but then also providing connectivity, because the two can conflict. And we've done a lot of site due diligence to minimize the impacts to the extent possible. But I do want to jump to the next slide here and talk a little bit about the project timeline and all the site due diligence that we have done to date. And the state really picked up this project, taking it to completion here with design in 2026. But before that, URP has done a tremendous amount of site due diligence and agency coordination to get the project set up for us to complete the design, with the 30% design completed and then the plat approved on November 7th, 2023, with about 64 conditions of approval, some of which we'll be talking about today. And with that, required ongoing coordination with the City of Madison to have an approved cross-section, and our approved cross-section does meet the complete streets guidance, even though that was adopted after our approval. So currently we are past the 60% design level, and the City of Madison has reviewed our plans, and we're moving towards final design scheduled for November 26th, so that we can get the project ready for bid this winter and then have a spring construction start. And if you go to the next slide here, just wanted to share a little bit too here with some of our environmental documentation that we've been doing as part of our site due diligence. We've completed an EIA and EIS draft back in July, and we're scheduled to complete the final EIS in November 2026. And so far to date, we've received 7 public comments through that process, and almost all of them were regarding concerns about the woodland buffer to the residents to the west, and then also traffic impacts associated with this project. And to address some of these concerns, the plat does have a 100-foot tree buffer, preserving a wooded separation between the residents and the suburban employment land use that's been established, as well as minimizing our impacts to trees to the extent possible. And some of our alternatives were, looking at options outside the box that will require, additional approvals to be able to meet some of those, to reduce some of those tree impacts if depending on the route we go to establish those path connections. And then I should note too, I didn't mention this before on the previous overview slide, there's some green dashes showing those locations of the tree buffer zones, as well as an Outlot 13 connected to Greenside Park with a conservancy area, as well as the 25 acres in that southwest quadrant that is to remain a conservancy and wooded area, as well as a 75-foot buffer on the east side of the property limits along Pleasant View, which will be established as a landscape buffer as well. So as the sites get developed, there'll be some additional plantings along that area to, help, soften the landscape. And as far as addressing the concerns about traffic impacts, there was a traffic impact analysis completed at the request of Dane County, and the recommendations for our intersection improvements and then the surrounding intersections are expected to remain acceptable throughout the horizon year of 2020 or 2042. I'll note that there's the one caveat that any of the planned development from Hill Valley is not included in those numbers, and it's something that our understanding is that development was not required to look at a traffic impact analysis. So that's an issue somewhat separate from this project, but it's something to consider as we move forward here. And with that, I guess I'll turn it over to Sam to kind of dig into some more of the design elements with this project.
Thanks, Brendan. Good evening. I'm Sam Herheim with KL Engineering. I'm going to be walking through the proposed street and path design for the University Research Park project. I'm going to start with a brief overview of street design, intersection coordination, but then really spend the majority of the time talking about path connections, in particular those alternatives that we're looking for feedback on from the Transportation Commission. So as we've mentioned, plat for this development was approved prior to the adoption of Complete Green Streets policy. There was a staff memo included in the packet that provides details on the time frame of all of the approvals. But as a condition of plat approval, University Research Park was required to coordinate with city engineering on acceptable roadway cross sections. Since then, we've had several, approximately 10 larger coordination meetings with the city staff to work through roadway design, typical sections, intersection layouts, path connections, tree preservations, and several other considerations. Through that process, the typical sections have been established, and we've also been checking anticipated truck and turning movements. So there are, as Brendan mentioned, there are two streets proposed within this project, Boyer Street and Ancient Oak. Boyer Street is classified as a community connector, which includes sidewalk on the west side, a shared use path on the east. Ancient Oak Lane is also a community connector and includes sidewalks on both sides. Both streets include 10-foot travel lanes and buffered bicycle lanes, and neither street has on-street parking. So although the plat was approved before Complete Green Streets was adopted, both of these sections do meet the Complete Green Streets requirements. One of the important considerations in establishing these sections was the nature of University Research Park. This is going to have a similar mix of uses to the existing park, like Quinn had mentioned. And so we reviewed existing deliveries, including truck types within that existing research park, to see what sort of access is needed. These resulting sections are really intended to balance accommodating those larger vehicles, but then also providing safe and comfortable bike and pedestrian accommodations. I will also note that the proposed speed limit is going to be 25 miles an hour. So for some additional context, immediately across South Pleasant View Road is the Hill Valley development, which is currently under construction. On the east side of Pleasant View, the road is called Enchantment Road. On the west side within our project, it's called Boyer. So for the east side, for Enchantment Road, the roadway includes a median and has pavement areas that vary from 17 to 21 feet wide for kind of those lane widths. Boyer is going to be aligned with Enchantment Road. So the intersections are aligned. Although Boyer does not have a continuous median, we do have the similar pavement section, which is approximately 7 feet on either side of the road. So this provides a fairly consistent relationship between the two developments, while still addressing the different land uses and street designs on each side of the road. So again, because of the anticipated use, we ran auto turn, truck turning movement analysis for several different locations. There's several pages of this in the additional materials we provided in the packets, but this is just kind of a snip of our internal intersection and what that looks like with a truck movement, and then also an example of a driveway and what a truck access turning into that driveway might look like. Now, just to note, these driveway locations are just shown for planning purposes. Driveways are not going to be installed with this project. This was just something that we wanted to make sure that we weren't precluding anything with the design for future driveway construction. So we've also done a lot of work on intersection design. Brendan mentioned we did quite a bit of coordination between Dane County Highways and Metro, completed a traffic analysis impact, checked all of the intersection site distances. And a big thing out at the site is that there are those huge ATC transmission poles, and we are able to avoid impacting those with the intersection designs. So this brings us to the primary reason we're here tonight, which is the path connections. When this project was presented to the Board of Public Works on August 5th, the board referred the project to Transportation Commission. The paths themselves are in plat approval. So the question isn't whether we provide bicycle and pedestrian connectivity, but just sort of how we provide those while also balancing other competing objectives. So as we've kind of mentioned previously, one of the most significant constraints is the tree buffer area, which is included in the plat. We are trying to provide the required path connections, but then also trying to preserve as much of that buffer and that existing high quality of vegetation as we can. So the option discussed at the Board of Public Works included a path connection to Greenside Park that would require an easement from Hawks Landing. That new path easement would overlap an existing city utility easement. We've had some preliminary conversations with Hawks Landing, suggesting that an easement is possible. However, Hawks Landing would likely require the ability to be able to use a portion of the path to move their golf course mowing equipment back and forth between their properties. So over the course of the design, we evaluated numerous path alignments. We physically field fit several of these alternatives within the area with our project arborist, city forestry staff, and our project team, just in an effort to minimize tree impacts, particularly to those high value trees. One important point to note is that while these areas are very wooded, some of the tree buffer and conservancy areas also have a lot of kind of dense understory of invasive species. So University Research Park's goal throughout this process has been to minimize impacts, but they still, it's still important to meet the transportation and connectivity objectives of the approved plat. So ultimately, we documented all of this work in a very long path alternative analysis and tree impact memo, which was also included in the packet material. But we'll go through kind of where we're landing today in a little bit more detail. Okay, so going back to the original plat, the plat identifies woodland and landscape buffer areas that also contain those sidewalk and path easements. There's also some private conservation outlots containing sidewalk and bike path easements, and then several conditions of the plat approval had specific path connection requirements. So we've been coordinating these requirements through the same kind of series of about 10 large meetings with city staff. And we did spend a lot of time looking at the tree preservation and management plan. We developed multiple path concepts and conducted site visits, as I had mentioned, to kind of best fit and minimize impacts. We also looked at these connections in the context of kind of broader transportation planning. So looking at the City of Madison Comprehensive Plan, which includes recommendations, the Midtown Neighborhood Development Plan, and also existing and proposed bike routes. So the objective here was really that we don't want to just provide isolated paths, but we want to make sure that we're providing connections that are useful to the surrounding bicycle and pedestrian network. So as we advanced the path concepts, the physical constraints of the sites became increasingly apparent. The topography through this site is really challenging for an ADA compliant path. So that basically means meeting accessible grades would require extensive grading, and then that extensive grading would impact an extensive area of trees. We would not be able to just remove a narrow strip of vegetation to build the path itself, but in some cases the grading area would require essentially all of the trees to be removed in that kind of wooded area. Because of these findings, we developed the path concepts that we'll go through, but we also considered public comments that we received during the environmental documentation process that Brendan had talked about. Ultimately, what we found was that some of the originally contemplated path alignments were really difficult to reconcile with the tree preservation and management plan and with the environmental comments asking the project minimize impacts to these wooded areas. So that led us to the alternatives shown here. Like we had mentioned, there are path facilities adjacent to roadways that will remain part of the project, but really the question is about the off-road alignment paths. So the option that was discussed at the Board of Public Works included two 10-foot paths, which we were calling the Greenside Path and Lot 49 Path. The preferred option that we're bringing to the Transportation Commission tonight would retain the Lot 49 path, but would not construct that separate Greenside Path. And I'll walk through the differences of those two approaches here. So this is the option that was discussed with the Board of Public Works. The first connection is Greenside Path, which would be a 10-foot asphalt path connecting Nelson's Crossing to Greenside Park. There's already a sidewalk along Nelson's Crossing, and then the city would ultimately construct the remaining path connection through the park itself in the future. Primary complication is that in order to avoid tree impacts, the connection was shifted and proposed over the city utility easement, where they've already installed utilities, so there's minimal tree growth. But tree growth is also undesirable in the future. But this would require a new path easement through Hawks Landing. As I mentioned earlier, initial discussions with Hawks Landing are are positive, promising, but they would likely request ability for maintenance equipment, the lawn mowing equipment, to go back and forth across the path. The second connection with this alternative is the Lot 49 path, again, 10-foot asphalt path. This one would connect Boyer Street to Greenside Park. We were able to locate this path to avoid the high value trees and kind of that remnant oak knoll through most of the corridor. And it can be constructed as an ADA compliant route. There would still need to be tree clearing associated with construction. And just to note, the path would be lit as with other city paths. So based on, in part on the questions raised by Board of Public Works, really asking about the need for the Greenside path, we kind of revisited whether that connection was really necessary. So the preferred alternative we're presenting tonight would construct that 10-foot Lot 49 path, but would not construct the Greenside path. That Lot 49 path would be ADA compliant. It would provide that primary east-west connection through the development. At the Greenside Park end, there would be some impact to that remnant oak knoll. We could potentially make a refinement and could explore whether a relatively small easement from Hawks Landing would allow us to adjust that connection to further reduce those impacts. One of the advantages of this alternative is that it results in the least amount of standalone path for the city to maintain. I'll note this would still be lit, but most importantly, this option continues to provide that broader connectivity we're trying to achieve. This Lot 49 path provides that east-west connection, while the path along Boyer Street provides the north-south connection. So rather than providing those parallel standalone routes to Greenside Park, this alternative we feel creates a more efficient network while reducing path construction and reduces really impacts to within that wooded area. With that, we are specifically requesting from the Transportation Commission feedback on this path alternative. Like I had mentioned, our recommendation is to move forward with the Lot 49 path, which will be connected to the path along Boyer Street, and not construct the separate Greenside path. We appreciate the Commission's feedback on that approach. And if there is general agreement, just confirmation that this is the kind of appropriate direction for the design team to advance. Thank you. And I'll turn it over for the next step.
Okay, if that's it for the presentation, we'll go to public comment. And then we'll come back for questions from GC members and other alders who are here. And then we'll move to motions and discussion. So who do we have from the public, Aiden?
We have Nicholas Davies of Richard Street, registered in support and wishes to speak.
Thanks. Yeah, a couple things that I wanted to bring up on this item. One, in terms of kind of the overall decision of, closing the path gap on Pleasant View versus, having Boyer Street play that role. There is an existing path gap on Pleasant View. There's an existing segment of path at the north end, and then it transitions to sidewalk, and then it transitions back to path further down. So for commuters who need to kind of cover the distance efficiently, I think like the going straight down Pleasant View would probably be better for that. And there'd be some benefit in closing that gap. If it remains, people will continue to experience it. They'll think that they can go down Pleasant View and then they'll end up on a sidewalk. Though, that bit of sidewalk riding involved today is also not necessarily a deal breaker. And I also see some benefit of having the all ages and abilities route being away from the major road. Though if the path on Boyer Street is going to be the intended way to go south on Pleasant View, then I think there needs to be clear wayfinding, because like if you're crossing Valley View headed south and you know that Pleasant View is off to your left, it's going to be very counterintuitive to turn right if away from Pleasant View in order to go south on Pleasant View. So that's just one factor. In terms of the path on Boyer Street, I think it would work better on the west side of the street where it would be adjacent to the stormwater outlot rather than being adjacent to directly to the industrial buildings. A natural outlot like that often reduces air temperature next to it pretty dramatically. I experience that regularly when I go on like the Garver path, for example. And I think it was mentioned that, you know, there's expected to be similar numbers of driveway crossings, but I would anticipate the stormwater outlot being kind of a natural barrier to those to some extent. And, you know, this kind of ties back into the first decision point where if the Boyer Street path can be more natural and can be more low stress, that helps make it a worthwhile detour from Pleasant View. Because if it has that lower stress and lower temperature and maybe even lower heart rate, that can mean that even with a little added distance, maybe it can be less exhausting. And then, you know, regarding the other proposed paths, I think, yeah, I would be in favor of one connecting to Greenside Park and forming an east-west low-stress connection where there's really kind of a shortage of those today. I mean, Ancient Oak Lane, extending that street could also be somewhat of a connection, but then it doesn't continue across Pleasant View, so it doesn't really kind of form any larger contiguous route. And then, you know, if it does connect to Nelson Crossing, I guess I don't see that as a benefit for kind of the commuter traffic or longer range transportation traffic. But, you know, if you're living in the neighborhood, you might be half a mile from Olson Elementary as the crow flies, but you might be 2 miles from that elementary school by foot, on foot or on bike. And a lot of that's on major roads. So a path connection there, you know, could make that kind of trip much more practical for what that's worth. So just wanted to touch on those things, and thank you.
Thanks for coming and sharing your thoughts. Does anybody have a question for the registrant? Okay, thanks again for coming and sharing your thoughts. Is that all we have, Aiden?
Yes, for that item.
Okay, does anybody have any questions for staff and for the presenters? Harold.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for the presentation. This was super helpful to get a little bit picture rather than like looking at individual trees at Board of Public Works. You mentioned the, I think what you said, and I want to confirm that, is that the path connections were the condition for the plat approval.
That is correct.
And that includes the lot 49 and the other one.
Yep, correct. Yeah, the plat conditions are to provide that, what we were calling the lot 49 path, that east-west path, and then also the Greenside connection, the one that goes from Nelson Crossing up to Greenside Park. That's correct.
Okay, and so if we remove one of those, and this is, I guess, a question maybe for city staff, like, even the plat approval, like, who can make that call?
Chris, I don't know if you want to.
So depending on the result of tonight, we would either kind of carry forward, go back to the board and council and finalize this. If the Greenside Park connection is removed, then we plan to stop at Plan Commission to remove that condition of approval up to the plat.
Okay. Thank you. That is helpful. And then another big picture question. So on the, I'm going to turn the map on the east side of Pleasant View. What does the area plan? Like, I mean, that's right now it's farm field. I know further south there's residential development. I assume there's plans that there will be development on that side as well, like Ancient Oak is going to be extended. I think maybe you had a map of the future transportation network there.
I can help that. So if I can share the screen quickly, and this is more of a big picture image. If you can see my picture, my screen, let me know. So
We do not see.
there we go. So for location purposes, the movement that I'm doing with my cursor is Pleasant View Road. Here's the roundabout with the intersection of Valley View and Pleasant View Road. To the far east is South High Point Road. In between, like the colors, represents the new subdivision from Viridian called Hill Valley. That is currently some of the phases are currently under construction. And across the streets, there is this University Research Park plat that is we're discussing today. Along the east side of Pleasant View Road, adjacent to the Hill Valley plat, the idea would be north of Enchantments, and this Enchantment is on the Hill Valley. It's called Boyer Street. Across the street, across on Pleasant View, on the URP plan. To the north, there's a proposed path that is a requirement for the construction of the plat itself. So as this plat, the Hill Valley plat, keeps on developing throughout the years, it might take 10 years, whatever time it takes. A path is going to be constructed along that side of the street. Does that help, Harold?
Yes, you were kind of guessing where I was going with this, given the public comment on, like, closing the gap on Pleasant View, and where I understand, like, on the west side, you have the ATC poles, you have the gradient.
Yes.
So
Another thing to point out, the path, like the fully built path, share use path on Hill Valley, on Enchantments, is going to be on the north side of the street. Well, this path is going to connect Pleasant View Road with South High Point Road at the east end of the plat itself. So that's why that location of the path on Boyer was proposed. It provides the continuity from both paths. So, yep, that's it.
Thank you. That was very helpful. That's what I.
Yeah, and I think to answer the question too about Ancient Oak, that Hill Valley development shows a connection, I guess, of Ancient Oak across the side of the street. But my understanding is that that's not going to be a full access intersection. It'll be right in, right out from the Hill Valley side, and our side is right in, right out with the left in. So they won't be able to make through movements at the Ancient Oak intersection.
And that is true for pedestrians and people on bikes as well. Probably.
More to come on that one. So eventually, the schedule that Viridian provided me is that portion of Ancient Oak of Hill Valley, so that intersection is gonna be built next year. They need to submit a final plat. That plat, we'll have to discuss it with Dane County Highway because they have the jurisdiction of Pleasant View Road. That's the road. So eventually we'll come into discussions on geometry crossings. For now, we think that what Brendan stated is that would be the case, but more to come on that. We don't have like a determination.
Thank you. That's helpful.
Okay, thanks, Harold. Alder Okovich, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. My first question is for the registrants, and it's just something I want to double check. But based on either the original or the proposed path configuration, how would you plan on developing Lot 49? It didn't look like there was any access to it outside of the path.
Yeah, so there would be a bridge connection right next to the path that would provide access to Lot 49. So, and there's a small opening in between, I guess, the pond and then the conveyance channel that would allow access to Lot 49.
Okay.
So there'd be a larger culvert or bridge structure that would connect to Lot 49 from Boyer Street.
And would that just be for pedestrian access?
It would allow access to lot 49 for whatever building or parking lots are back in lot 49 as well.
Okay. Okay. And then my next question's for staff. The presenter mentioned difficulties in creating an ADA compliant path. I was hoping if you could just mention what the difficulties are, like looking at, if I'm interpreting their documents correctly, it looks like there might be like a 10% grade. Just trying to understand what the difficulties would be in creating that.
Yeah, it's the grade, keeping it under 5%, and then our paths are 10 foot wide with 2 feet shoulders, so that ends up creating a bigger, wider swath that would remove trees. That's kind of the issues there. And I have to apologize. I have to run to a PIM, but Fadi and Tim Parks are here and can help you through the end here.
Okay. Those are my questions.
Thanks, Chris. Thanks for coming. Thanks, Alder. Robbie, go ahead.
Hi. So part of this is that I was having a little trouble following the presentation on a smaller screen, like she's got a slide with a very small map on it. So I'm trying to figure out, looking at the documents that KL gave us, the exhibit, now where is it? I just want to figure out what the alternative that is being recommended is. So Exhibit F in the KL documents, it's alternative 3 that connects Nelson Crossing up to, it's a purple path. It connects, let's see, I guess that's north, and then connects to Boyer. Is that what's being recommended? Because I was sort of having trouble with the names of the path, but not being able to see where they were. So if you have a map that actually shows that, I just want to make sure that I understand which path, what is being recommended. Maybe city staff has a map.
I can try to address that, and you let me know as we go.
There was like a satellite view with the path drawn in the KL. There
we go.
Yeah. So,
okay. Yes.
So on the left is Nelson Crossing, and the recommendation would be this purple line, and then that connects, it makes a right turn, which I believe is to the east, and connects to Boyer Street. Is that correct?
Yes, so I'm gonna rotate this so that is on the how it's supposed to be looking. Let me. Okay, so here we go. So now with this rotation, Pleasant View Road is gonna be here north-south. Valley View Road is gonna be east-west. Okay, so this is not the preferred option. This is the option that was presented at the Board of Public Works meeting, which is consistent with the conditions of approval for the plat itself. As a condition of the plat, whenever that was submitted in 2022, a path connecting Boyer and making this connection all the way to Nelson Crossing was required. Comment was made by one of the Board of Public Works member questioning the logic and the need for this path at the expense of some trees within that easement on Outlet 11. Because with the improvements, we were kind of closing the gap with the installation of a multi-use path on Pleasant View Road. So after that,
I'm sorry.
Yes.
Did you say instead of connecting to Nelson Crossing, you would complete the path on Pleasant View Road? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, correct. So let me go here if I can
And
find.
I can just add in here too, while you're searching
You
for
have
more
it?
stuff. Well, yeah, I guess you're showing it here that
I
there's
have
kind
it
of
here.
redundancy with the path along Pleasant View, along Boyer Street, going north-south, and then this Nelson Crossing to Greenside Park connection. So there was a little bit of a question like, well, if they have the east-west connection from Greenside Park to Boyer Street, and then they can go north-south on Boyer, then why do you need a connection to get from Nelson Crossing to Greenside Park? So I think that's where the question initially originated from. But to back up a little bit too, with the conditions of plat approval, that alternative presented to the Board of Public Works for the Greenside Park to Nelson Crossing connection, that required us to get a new easement from Hawks Landing. So if we did not achieve that easement, then we would be looking at more impacts to trees to be able to get that path in the URP right away and easement fully. So that is one of the unknowns that are still kind of to be determined yet if we decide to go with that option.
Okay, so let me just because there's a lot of possible path connections here. And what I'm trying to figure out is somebody who lives in the area around Nelson Crossing, if they want to go north, and as one of the commenters said, go to Olson Elementary School, how do they do that under what you're proposing on a bike?
So with that proposal, and Brendan, you correct me if I'm wrong. So from Nelson Crossing, I'm gonna go to here. All right, here's Pleasant View Road. There's the path there's an existing path, 10 feet wide, along Pleasant View Road, connecting the Nelson Crossing is here, Waterbend Drive. So they would have to go into Pleasant View Road. And here you see the transition into sidewalk. This is this section on the plan on purple. They're removing that sidewalk. They're putting a 10-foot wide path to match what's going on the south, and they will have to go and take a path on Boyer to the west. And they would make it here. Eventually, with a city project, if I can go find the preferred alternative, which is this one with this is the same as this one. So
okay,
it's removing this north-south connection
right.
into.
So what you're saying is somebody who lives on the west end of Nelson Crossing would have to go east to Pleasant View Road, go up Pleasant View Road, go west on Boyer, and then somehow go north again to get to a place where they could get to Olson Elementary.
Correct.
Is that what you're telling me?
That is correct. Yes.
Okay. So what is the piece that I'm trying to figure out what the piece that the piece that is being recommended to be taken out is the connection to the west end of Nelson Road. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay.
Is this one right here to the south and making the connection to Nelson Crossing at the south, at the bottom.
Okay.
Yes.
Because there was something about the south path and the lot 49, and I was having trouble following all of that. So that's why I'm trying to figure out which pieces are being recommended, which are not being recommended.
Robbie, do you want him to show what is being recommended? Because
yes, please.
Yeah, I think that would be really helpful for you to show what is being recommended.
So this, I'm gonna flip the page again so that we can read it. So this is the preferred alternative.
Blow up the whole map. So that it's because some of
How
us are
can
on
I do
laptops.
this?
I don't need to see all the, thank you, the text
Does
to the.
this
the left.
works? Okay,
Sort of, yeah.
sort of. Okay, apologies. I need
If
to.
you can zoom out just a little bit so we can see the whole connection. There we
Okay.
go. Right.
So this one, going to the title. So this is now presented as the preferred alternative, as that was taken from the feedback from the Board of Public Works, in which the logic of that path connection was made, right? So now this is being presented to you as the preferred alternative, but we are looking to get feedback to see if you see any value on keeping it as shown on this side and this slide, which shows that connection being made to Nelson Crossing. So pretty much that's what we're looking for. Do you think that this is needed? There's a benefit to it? And again, that's considering some tree loss on that wooded area. Or should we explore the idea of taking this section of the path that was a condition of approval of the plat to look something like this? So pretty much, if that's the question here.
Yeah, and everything else remains the same on Border Street between these.
Correct.
So the rest of that is still the same.
Okay,
and
but
then obviously
regardless,
the caveat, right, with the easement getting obtained from Hawks Landing. So if there wants to be a connection from Greenside Park to Nelson Crossing, and we don't get an easement from Hawks Landing, there'd be more tree impacts or associated with that connection.
okay, where is the easement from Hawks Landing that you speak of?
Yeah, if I can kind of highlight that, it's like it's a 10-foot utility easement that runs along the URP property limits, and it
Is this one, Robbie?
Yep.
Okay.
This is represented
So
by this
that-
dash line right here.
That looks like that does not impact any trees. And it would connect to Nelson Crossing.
So in here, I agree. We have sanitary main and public storm sewer within this easement. And, for maintenance purposes, we don't want any trees to be growing there. Ideally, we put a path, hard surface path that we can get maintenance vehicles there to provide any maintenance to such public utilities. The problem would be outside of that easement to the south, left side of the page, in which that easement is gone, and now we're on the actual path easement, in which that's where the tree impact would be.
Okay. To me, that didn't look like it was forested, but I may just be reading it wrong. So that is a forested area, is what you're saying.
It looks more drastic when you look at the Google aerial picture.
Okay. What is that sort of cut, I would say, where your arrow is? It looks like there's some kind of cut path break in the trees going north-south.
So this one would be, I would think this is the easement. I don't know for sure because there's no easement lines on Google Maps, but that's consistent with the same location of where the easement is at.
Because it does look like right now there is some kind of break in the trees, and that's what I'm trying to figure out.
Mm-hmm.
And then I guess my other question is, right about where it says Google Maps, it looks like there is a path existing that connects to Nelson Crossing. Is that correct?
It's a private path. Yep.
It's a private path.
Correct.
That's
Who
the
owns
Hawks Landing path for their golf carts.
Correct.
Okay.
So that's why they have some interest in it, so they could connect hole 3 and hole 6. If they provided an easement for a path on top of the utility easement, that they would request being able to take their mowers from, I forget if it's hole 3 to hole 6, because they have a maintenance facility just off to the screen here, Fadi, a little bit to the east. So instead of driving all the way around this conservancy area, you could do a cut through. But that would be putting mowers on a shared multi-use path for a long stretch.
How big are these mowers? Are they like riding lawn mowers, or are they trucks, or are they, what are we talking about here?
Yeah, standard mowing equipment for golf courses.
I don't golf. I don't know what they look like.
don't
I
know
mean,
exactly
what
what they
is
use,
it? Is
but-
it like what somebody uses to mow a large yard in front of a farm field? Like, you know, are we talking a tractor? Are we talking a pickup truck size?
I don't know if I can
I don't
comment
know.
on that for Hawks Landing.
I don't know.
I don't think we've gotten that information yet. If we, you know, were to move forward, have additional conversations, we would have to get those details from Hawks Landing, and kind of figure out how that would work with the bicycle and pedestrian path. But we have not furthered the conversations to that point.
Okay, I'm just trying to figure out if that's a major vehicle that it would be using the same space as people walking and biking, including possibly families and children. Or if it's, you know, like a riding lawnmower, which doesn't go very fast and is considerably smaller than the size of the path.
Yeah, there would be some.
That's what I'm trying to figure out.
Yeah, there'd be some conditions laid out in that easement language, and yeah, the intent is you know, riding lawnmower equipment. So the thought initially is not truck or tractor size equipment, but we'd have to truth that out further. So it's a little bit unknown at this point.
Okay, and then you also talked about the topography, and along that easement that we can see in the trees, is that steep, which is also hard to tell from Google Maps?
That is a little bit flatter. So that area you can see, because they've already installed sanitary sewer. There's, you know, they've already disturbed the area. It's graded out, it's flattened out a little bit. So it does not have the same kind of extreme topography differences as the University Research Park parcel does.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
But
if we were to shift, sorry, if we were to shift that onto the University Research Park 100-foot tree buffer easement, that's where the terrain really starts to get difficult to put in an ADA accessible path.
Okay, but on the existing easement is not as bad.
On the City of Madison's utility existing easement, it's not as bad, correct?
Okay. So what is the disadvantage of putting it on the utility easement?
We would need an easement from Hawks Landing. That's a ongoing conversation. But if a recommendation ultimately is made to remove that path because it's not needed, then I would think that that would end the discussions with them for acquiring the easements.
Okay. But either way, the path, the 10-foot wide path would be completed along Pleasant View. So we would no longer have a sidewalk, we would have an actual multi-use path the entire way. Is that correct?
Correct. That's going to happen regardless of.
Okay.
Yep.
And one of the public testimony mentioned that, you know, whether one side or the other side of Boyer would be better for the multi-use path on Boyer. And he seemed to think that where you have it now would have a lot of driveway crossings. So I'm wondering why, I mean, have you not decided where the driveways are going to be, or why are you putting it on the side with the driveways instead of the other side?
Yeah, I could comment a little bit on this. You know, both sides will have driveways, and in the very early on preliminary concepts of potential site build out layouts, each side of Boyer has the same number of driveways. So that really wasn't a determining factor for the placement. It was more so the connection to the east with Hill Valley, and then also that north-south connection, having on the east side of Boyer, it reduces the need to cross Boyer Street an extra time north-south.
So pretty much this is across the street on the Hill Valley subdivision. So here's Boyer. That Boyer is what's being proposed to be built with URP. And the red line that I'm going with my cursor That's a shared use path to be fully built as development on Hill Valley progresses throughout the year. So that's why that section of the road on Boyer was selected for the path. It provides that continuity throughout the entire through both plats.
Okay. Okay. I was just trying to figure out like why one side was selected for the other. I think, okay, so I guess what my one other question, you know, in the materials we were given and then in the presentation, they were talking about how a lot of the trees in that buffer were understory of invasives. Who owns that property, and is there any plans to remove the invasives? I mean, what are the plans there? Or is it just going to be let it grow?
So for the area that we would impact for the project, there would be restoration, and there's potential to have some management of the invasive species within the corridor where the path is going to be installed, or could be installed. But the primary goal of our alignment was to avoid these high value trees. And there's obviously other trees that are smaller in diameter or certain species that aren't as high value. Like when we start considering this remnant oak knoll that has trees that are 150 years old plus, and they kind of grow shared root systems, and they're all kind of interconnected, and they're like a keystone species for the environment. So the primary objective was to avoid those. Obviously, if they're able to do some restoration of invasive species, that will help support those trees as well. But we don't have a definitive, restoration plans within the full buffered area outside of what we would be impacting with grading limits.
Okay, but that's URP property, right? That's not city property.
Yeah.
Okay, but the utility easement has already in some way been cleared, correct? And would that avoid those high value trees if the path was built there?
Yeah, so avoid those high value trees. There would still be some brush that has grown up since the construction of the utilities. So there's growth happening there, but yeah, those could be smaller invasive type shrub brush. It's kind of difficult to walk through that area.
Okay, so if the path was built in the utility easement and Hawks Landing Golf Course gave the permission, you would be able to avoid removing high value trees, and it would not be particularly steep. Is that the synopsis here?
Correct. There would be some tree impacts to the south of that utility easement in the 25-acre conservancy, which, it's the difference between Nelson Crossing to that utility easement. There is still a stretch in that conservancy area that would impact trees. But those trees are generally smaller in diameter than what occurs at the Greenside Park connection.
Okay. I think I get it. I think I'm done. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Robbie. Chris, did you have something or no?
It was just answered. Thanks.
Okay, thanks. All right, other questions for staff or the presenters? Okay, so my understanding is that the recommendation is to not build what's known as a Greenside path and to move forward with what's known as the Lot 49 path. Is that correct? Is that what the recommendation is?
Yeah, Greenside to Nelson Crossing, to remove Greenside to Nelson Crossing path and continue the Greenside to Boyer Street path, which was the lot.
Okay, time out. In the presentation, they're called two things. One's called the Greenside path and one's called the Lot 49 path. So aren't there just two paths that we're talking about?
Yeah, Sam, is that the correct terminology? Lot 49 and Greenside? Yeah.
Sam, that's how they're shown in the presentation. Yes. This is what I think people are struggling with. People are calling them different things. So if we end up having a motion, I think we all need to understand exactly what we're talking about and not have more names for them. I'm working off of the URP Transportation Commission presentation that calls them the Green Side Path, which my understanding is that it's recommended that that not be built, and the Lot 49 path, which is recommended to be built. And that's what I'm asking to understand.
Yeah, I believe that's correct, Sam.
Yes.
They both paths connect to Greenside Park, but yeah, that's correct.
Yes, Chair. So the lot 49 would be the one that I'm identifying with my cursor, and that's lot 49 right here. So this is the one that has been asked to stay. The green side would be the one that is not shown in this page that goes from this red arrow south into Nelson Crossing here. That path that has been asked to be removed is displayed on the next screen, which is this one right here, also in purple.
Okay. So in terms of terminology, I'm reading from the presentation that calls them the Green Side Path, which is recommended to no longer be built, and the Lot 49 path, which is recommended to be built. And
Yes.
That is correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. I just want to make sure everybody's on the
Yeah.
same page. Alder Harrington McKinney, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for clarifying. I had been on my cell phone and I've been really challenging to get on my computer, and I just finally did. And I was trying to, I've been listening to the presentation and I've been listening to the questions and answers, but clarification of exactly what is before us was missing. And I think that you summed it up. Before we're able to vote, we've got to really understand which, and I'm not really sure, I guess because I was, my access was floating in and floating out. So please clearly summarize what is before us for us to vote on at this meeting, because I am unclear. Thank you.
Sure. Alder, we don't have a motion on the floor yet. I was trying to clarify what staff and University Research Park were requesting tonight. So, and it sounds like I have that, Tim, I have that correct according to what people were saying, right?
The University Research Park is requesting to not build what I would characterize as the Nelson Crossing to Greenside path.
Please don't call them, Tim. See, this is the problem.
I tried to ring in earlier with that clarification, but found no quarter. But yes, because the east-west path goes to Greenside Park, and will eventually go through it. But the path that is the greatest question by the developers of the research park is the north-south path, which will lead from the Lot 49 path to Nelson Crossing to the south. So I just wanted to chime in with that clarification because it still seemed to be perhaps unclear by some members of the body. Thank you.
Yeah, no, I understand that, Tim, but the problem is people are calling things by different names, and that's I think has caused some confusion. Alder Harry McKinney, your hand is still up first in the queue. Did you have anything else? Okay, Robbie, go ahead.
Yeah, I would just suggest that we call it the east-west path that connects to Greenside Park between Boyer and Greenside Park, and the north-south path that connects to Nelson Crossing. Because that way, I mean, I don't care what they're called, but it to me, and I will tip my hand about where I'm going to go with this, the connection, the north-south, we are eliminating a north-south connection. That's what we're doing. So to say we are eliminating a north-south connection and keeping an east-west connection is the crux of the matter. That's all so I would suggest that those are the terms we use because I think it's clearer for everybody
it's not clear to me. Sorry, Robbie. It's not clear to me because it's spelled out in the presentation with different names.
Right.
And that's why when you call them something different, you have to tell me how does that connect to what's called the green side path and how does that connect to what's the Lock 49 path. So when we have all these materials in Legistar and then we make a motion and call them something totally different that's not in the materials anywhere, I find that personally confusing, but other folks will have to tell me how they feel about that. Pepe, go ahead.
I was just going to say, I guess looking at the map, using cardinal directions and the connections is much clearer to me than the names, but you know.
Well, tell me again what you called them, Robbie.
I said the north-south path connecting Nelson Crossing to Boyer, to the north-south path. And the other one is the Boyer to Greenside Park. That is fairly clear because there's one connection that goes from Boyer to Greenside Park, and the other one goes south to Nelson Crossing. And if we're eliminating the connection to Nelson Crossing, we are eliminating a north-south connection.
So you're saying that the north-south path is being eliminated, and that's what's called Greenside Path in the presentation?
Correct. That's correct.
And
because it does not actually connect to the park.
So, and the Boyer to Greenside path is what's called the Lot 49 path?
Yeah, and that's the east-west connection.
Okay. Lovely.
Maybe I'm the only one that finds that easier to understand, but anyway, thank you.
Pepe, yeah, thanks, Robbie. Pepe, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. I guess I understand what Robbie's saying. I'm going to try to go. I don't want to talk about how we name things. It's just going to want to come back to what's the matter here. When I name them, I apologize in advance if I use either nomenclature. I mean, I'm trying to think of this with the perspective of the path of this project, right? So this went to the council already, right? Or did it only go to Public Works and then it came back here?
No, only got to Borough Public Works on the last meeting at the beginning of the month, and it was a motion was passed to referring the project to TC for feedback and input.
Okay, and then apologize if I'm completely ignorant about this. I've missed a couple of commission meetings in the year, but did we look at this before it went to Public Works, or did it go directly to Public Works?
No, it went directly to Borough Public Works because the cross sections for the streets that URP and Traffic Engineering agreed on was compliant to complete green streets, and we made the assumption because of the compliance of it, we didn't need it to take it to Transportation Commission for review.
Okay. And now, again, I apologize for bringing just one topic back, but can you explain the plat situation again? What I understand is what was brought to Public Works was compliant with what the plat needed to match, but we can still make it match even though the north-south path is not built, or what's the deal there?
So Tim might, there you go. Tim can address that.
Go ahead, Tim.
I can sure try. So Chris Pedikowski alluded to this in his initial comments at the outset, that we've been looking at the subdivision of this property for closing on 15 years. And there was a plat that was approved in, I believe, 2013. The dates are in the staff comments that were attached to this item. The plat was recorded creating 14 lots, dedicating Boyer Street, dedicating Ancient Oak Lane in 2016. In 2022, early in 2022, Research Park came back to the city and asked for a replat of the 14 lots into what is now 9 lots for future employment. They also shifted where Boyer Street intersects Pleasant View Road north a little bit. I don't recall the exact number of feet. I want to say maybe it was in the ballpark of 200 feet or so. And at the time that the preliminary plat was approved, we did not have complete green streets. So the timing of all of this is rather unique because we're looking at a project that is pre-complete green streets, despite the fact that, other approvals are being granted, after complete green streets was adopted. And in fact, after the subdivision regulations were amended to codify, if you will, complete green streets. So as stated in the memo that's attached to 94401, it is staff's position and the city attorney's position that because the conditions of the replat are established at the time of preliminary plat approval, and because that occurred before the adoption of complete green streets, that Transportation Commission can recommend changes to better align with complete green streets. However, the city is not in a position to require them.
Excellent. Thank you, Tim. Yeah, that's very helpful. And then my next question would be, and I understand I was reading through all the alternatives, and I understand that there is a way to build the north-south path and make it ADA compliant, right? But that's the one that requires easement, the different easement, or am I wrong?
That is correct. There's a portion of the north-south path called Greenside Path on the presentation. A portion of that path, I would say half of it, is being proposed to have it on a utility easement. The utility easement, the city has rights to it because there's public sanitary and storm sewer main. It's very convenient to have that path on that side because by putting a path on top of it, we prevent trees to growing on top of those utilities, provides better protection from damage from tree roots and other stuff happening to it, and provides maintenance access for maintenance vehicles, factor trucks to get in there, or other type of vehicles and maintain those, like cleaning and other type of maintenance work. The other path, that's one single path. Half of it is being proposed to be an easement that requires an easement from Hawks Landing, approval from Hawks Landing to the south. That's where more tree impacts at the connection with Nelson Crossing. That's where a little bit of tree impacts is gonna happen outside of that utility easements. So that's kind of the scenario.
Excellent. I appreciate that, Fali. Now, all that being said, and knowing that that can be built and it has some positives, I kind of like getting from the perspective that this was referred to us for a reason. And in my perspective, and this is not a question, it's more of a comment. In my perspective, the reason this came to this body is because we are adding the perspective of transportation networks here and not necessarily just construction and what makes sense in terms of construction and public works. In that sense, I feel like Complete and Green Streets does an amazing job to address accessibility and safety in streets, but doesn't necessarily apply to networks. And I feel like we have a responsibility here to look at those broader networks too. And I personally feel inclined to keeping a north-south path in the plan because it makes a more robust network that would ultimately benefit communities long-term to, for example, connect homes with kids or multi-generational setups to bike and walk and roll safely and even way more comfortably than being on Pleasant View Road, which is a 6-lane street. They could safely go to the elementary school and connect to neighborhoods and add a value of being able to, simply walk in the woods or bike through the woods. I know it comes at a price, but that's kind of the purely transportation network perspective that I think I'm trying to bring up here. not trying to be a radical or generate, another long hour conversation, but that's kind of the view that I'm getting from this whole conversation. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, Pepe, and I think Complete Green Streets mostly does talk about streets, but it also does talk about connections, both pedestrians and bicyclists as well as transit. So definitely important and great to mention that as well. Harold, go ahead.
Is it appropriate? Thank you, Chair. Is it appropriate to make a motion?
Sure, go ahead.
I like to make a motion to recommend building both the Greenside, aka north-south path connecting to Nelson Crossing, and the Lot 49 path goes east to west connecting Boyer and in the future Greenside path.
I'll second that motion, Chair.
Okay, I did not get half of that, Harold. I got the motion to recommend building both the Greenside path north-south and the Lot 49 path, which is east-west, but you had some additional language in there that you wanted included that you'll have to go over again because I didn't catch it.
No, the additional language was only adding the connecting Boyer to Greenside Park. Just clarifying what Greenside and Lot 49 path refers to. I think, we have all of this in the materials. It's fine to just say Greenside and North path. Greenside and Lot 49 path.
Are you sure, Harold? So
all right.
The basic that I have is the motion to recommend building both the Greenside path, and then I put in parentheses north-south, and the Lot 49 path, and I had east-west in parentheses. But if it's helpful, as Robbie said, to clarify the other pieces of it, we can certainly add that in. And Alderfield, you seconded the motion, so if we need to have the motion expanded to include that, I'm happy to do it. I just didn't catch all the words.
No, I don't think so. I mean, I think this should be clear enough, and adding more language will only make it less clear. I think Greenside, and Lot 49, and north-south and east-west should be enough to make it clear to everybody what we're talking to, hopefully.
Okay, and Alderfield, you're okay with that?
Yes.
Okay, so did you wish to speak to your motion, Harold?
Yeah, sure. So I was the person who made the motion at the Board of Public Works to bring this to the Transportation Commission because while indeed I think all the on-street components are, they were approved kind of before Complete Green Streets, they comply with Complete Green Streets. I think they're a great plan. I think at the Board of Public Works, there was this sentiment that why do we need to add these path connections, especially if they are associated with tree laws. And so I had some questions of what is the larger picture? What does the transportation network look like if we zoom out, if we think of future development, which was not really part of the presentation of Board of Public Works, because that's not really what the Board of Public Works deals with. And so I figured it would be good to bring this to the Transportation Commission, get the presentation that we got today, and think about how does this connect with future development? Where are destinations? How can people get from point A to point B if they're biking, walking, or driving? And after seeing this big picture, I think to me, it makes sense to include both these path connections. I think the east-west connection is definitely the most important one, and it seems also the easiest one to build. But yeah, if you live on Nelson Crossing or in a connected neighborhood and you want to access the new development, you want to connect over to the other neighborhood, in the future go the other direction, I think this is a great shortcut. It will be a beautiful path in a wooded area, far away from not so Pleasant View Road. And so this has great transportation benefit. And I think also, this was included in neighborhood plans for a reason. This was included in the path approval for a reason. So I think we should not just undo all of that. And I think procedurally, that's a little different matter. Yeah, I think from a transportation perspective, this makes a lot of sense. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Harold. Robbie, go ahead.
Yeah, I think Harold brought up one of the key points that I wanted to say, which was that this was in the original neighborhood plan and the original plat, and I am hesitant to abandon it. I was actually on a precursor to Transportation Commission when this was approved, and we took a look at, the plans for connections. And, we do have an elementary school that is to the north. And hopefully there will be a way for kids to get from all the neighborhoods to that elementary school without having to ride along Pleasant View Road. So I think that's the importance of this path. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Robbie. Mr. Cleary, you have your hand up, but at this point we're debating motions, and that's really up to the Transportation Commission and other alders. Unless Transportation Commission members wish to suspend the rules to allow you to weigh in further, I'm not sure that it would really be appropriate at this time. So I'll leave that up to other members. Yeah. So at this point, we're really looking to hear a discussion from Transportation Commission members and other alders who are able to discuss at this point. Chris, go ahead.
Just briefly, I mean, I'll second what Robbie and everyone have already said, but I think the main thing here to me is that the main reason for dismissing this option is that there might not be access to the easement. But in the case that this path can be built in the easement, which seems very likely, that would be a very big missed opportunity. So it seems like we ought not to take that off the table. And it seems very plausible that this would be easy to do.
Yeah, thanks, Chris. I agree that connections are a very big part of Complete Green Streets and making sure that the Transportation system in the city is as connected as it can be. And since both paths were in the plans and required, as I understand it, originally when it went to the Plan Commission, it seems like people had both the north-south and the east-west connections as a priority and in the plans. So is there other discussion on the motion? So what I have is a motion to recommend building both the green side path, which is north-south, and the Lot 49 path, which is east-west. Is there further discussion? Okay, I'm going to assume a unanimous consent vote unless anybody wishes to vote no or abstain or wishes a roll call vote. If so, please raise your hand. Alder Harrington McKinney.
Oh, I'm sorry, I popped up my hand before I completed, but I agree. I used to be the alder of District 1, but I'm especially involved with the school that's there. And as we're making these future decisions, and as that community expands and grows, I think that the decision to, if it is feasible to do both of those paths, I think that that's a smart thing to do, because the Transportation Commission is responsible for making pathways fully accessible, whether biking, walking, whatever that is. And in order to do that in the future, I think that it is wise for us to consider both of those alternatives. So I will be supporting that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And Robbie, I just want to clarify, you're okay with how everything's described so that it's clear to everybody? Yeah? Okay.
Sorry,
okay.
Just had to get back to the screen so I could unmute myself. Yeah, it's fine. Thank you.
Okay, all right, great. So I want to make sure there was a lot of discussion and a lot of names of streets and different things being thrown out there. So just wanted to make sure that we're all on the same page. So I was at the point where I was saying that I'm going to assume unanimous consent vote unless anybody wishes to vote no or abstain or wishes a roll call vote. If so, please raise your hand. Okay, the motion is carried unanimously, and thank you so much to staff and the folks from University Research Park and everybody who came today to help us better understand very, very complex situation in that there's a lot of material and a lot of exhibits for us to absorb and understand. And Harold, I think we got way more than Board of Public Works got the first time, right? I understood it a lot better with the materials that you provided us. So I think that was very, very helpful. Very, very helpful. So thanks so much. Thanks so much for that.
Thank you for your time.
Thanks, everybody. All right. So we will now move on to item 3, which is looking at the basic street geometry for South Whitney Way, improvements at Akira Koki Middle School, and also we don't want to leave out Orchard Ridge Elementary School as well. So, Tom Harvey, do you want to just kick us off and in terms of who's going to be presenting?
Sure. Yeah. So this is the rebuild of the school, the middle and elementary school, and we have Scott Chiak from MSD and Susan Bowersox from OPN Architects, and I think Chris Dawson from JSD Engineering is going to present on this. So, Chris, go ahead.
Making sure, can you all hear me?
We can, Chris, go ahead.
Perfect. Okay. Well, thank you all for having us tonight. My name is Chris Dawson. I'm part of the project team working with OPN Architects and the Madison School District. And what is before you tonight is related to the Orchard Ridge and Toki Middle School site. We've had a lot of discussions with city staff for the site itself, and that also lends itself to how the revised site will be served by public improvements. And specific to this commission, we're seeking input on the proposed changes to the geometrics of South Whitney Way along the school's frontage there, which is roughly between Russet Road and Barton Road to the north. Some key changes between what currently exists on the site and what is being proposed is really the overall access and drop-off plan. So just for some quick context, for those unfamiliar, this is the current site. There is a staff parking lot that is accessed off of Whitney Way, and there is a sort of a pickup and drop-off bay as well in front of the school along Whitney Way. The major change that you will see here is that the primary staff parking, student pickup and drop-off will actually be off of Gilbert Road.
Chris, excuse me, Chris, can you make that like full screen? Is there any way you can make that full screen?
Yes, I'm sure there is.
I think that might be helpful to people. Thank you.
All right, I will use some Zoom tactics as well, and hopefully this helps. Yeah, so the proposal for the site is that this area here that you see hashed is parking, pickup and drop off, again, accessed off of Gilbert Road. And bus loading is going to be off of Russet Road, but we have largely removed pickup, drop off, and staff parking from the Whitney Way corridor. That said, there is a small parking lot to the north, and that will be for paratransit, elementary school visitors specifically, and a fire lane. But it is, as you can see, just a few stalls. And again, the change that we will see in Whitney Way is a lot less school traffic interaction with Whitney Way traffic, because it will be diverted to Gilbert Road for more of the pickup drop-off operations. So it's a fairly significant change in traffic patterns for the corridor of Whitney Way, and it coincides with a few kind of city identified efforts, particularly the recommendations of the Southwest Area Plan, Complete Green Streets Guidance, and some associated standards for the all ages and abilities bicycle networking. And there are also some known safety concerns along the Whitney Way corridor. And to that effect, the city actually has a contract underway, or getting underway, I suppose, for a corridor study along this stretch of Whitney Way. So we have been coordinating quite a bit with city staff, and of particular interest lately has been our coordination with traffic engineering and public works for improving some safety measures along Whitney Way, because outside of the city's own safety concerns, obviously the school district wants its students to be safe. So this is kind of an opportunity for some street geometric changes that can be mutually beneficial for everybody. What I'm presenting right now is sort of a larger overview, and to help with the discussion, we've cut 3 sort of typical sections or cross sections of the Whitney Way right-of-way. They are labeled A, B, and C. They are representative of the 3 primary kind of differences that you would see in dimensions of pedestrian facilities, vehicular facilities, bike facilities, and the median. A being sort of a full width corridor, B being located at the curb extensions, and then C being located mid-block, but relative to the access to that northern driveway that is still connected to Whitney Way. So zooming in on a few of these, Crabapple Lane is directly across from that driveway. And that cross-section C shows the parking, bike lane buffers and medians, but I think for our discussions, it might just be simplest truly to kind of skip right ahead to what these cross sections look like. So Whitney Way is 110 feet across, right away to right away, and a typical, and I know we're having some viewing concerns, so if this is at a good scale, let me know, I can keep zooming. But the general layout of the mid-block cross-section is that section AA, and that would be your standard 1 foot maintenance strip behind the back of sidewalk, 5 foot sidewalk, 9 foot terrace, and then we would have a 8 foot wide parking lane, 5 foot wide bike lane, painted buffer, and then through travel lane. That would be for southbound traffic. Then you have a 30 foot wide median. That's what exists today. And for northbound traffic, you have a 13 foot wide drive lane, a 5 foot painted buffer, and a 7 foot bike lane. And you kind of then mirror the terrace to right of way cross section that is seen on the left side of the screen there as well. One thing I will point out is that this is sort of a mix of blending what currently exists so that we are kind of using the pavement, but just painting it for different users. while also trying to pair that with known safety improvements for pedestrian and bicycle users, such as the curb extensions, and again, these painted buffered bike lanes. At those curb extensions, the terrace gets quite a bit larger. That helps shorten the pedestrian crossing of the streets. And the bike lanes become paired with the drive lanes for one continuous surface. You get rid of the paint of the buffer, but then pedestrians have sort of a known interaction with traffic. They get to the median, they look the other direction, and kind of have a repeat scenario. So again, this is BB, typical at the curb extensions that are being shown throughout the project limits. And then finally, we have section CC, which is towards the north end, where we are proposing a turn lane into that north driveway for school access. And I know Tom has some further notes to make on that front. But it has the parking lane for southbound traffic, bike lane, painted buffer, through travel. And then the northbound travel would be a through lane, a turn lane, and in this mix, there would be, if we maintain the turn lane, there would be a painted sharrow and appropriate signage that could be implemented for this particular block. The final detail that I would like to make sure you are aware of is this last cross section here, which is an alternative look at the southbound direction specifically, in which parking is actually removed. And the difference is that you get a wider bike lane and a wider painted buffer, but the through travel lane remains at the same width. So I will turn it over to Tom because I do know he has a few comments that he wants to make sure you consider in your feedback here. And yeah, I'll let you have at it there, Tom.
Yeah, thanks, Chris. So included in
Tom, excuse me, Tom, did you want to share your screen? Because your recommendation is a little bit different, is it not?
Sure. Yes, it is. Okay. So yeah, this is our staff recommendation that was included.
Okay, you're gonna have to zoom, Tom.
Yep, in the attachment. I'll start zoomed out and I'll zoom in. But I also wanted to call out the memo that was included that kind of explains and spells out a lot of this stuff. We've had some back and forth with JSD and MMSD about the design. One of the key things in the memo that was called out is the Southwest Area Plan and the cross section that was approved within that plan. So that's so our design here kind of goes off of the concept included that Chris just went through, but then kind of more closely follows the Southwest Area Plan and Complete Green Streets. So I'll just go through from south to north what's going on here. So at Russet Road, we kind of worked out with, or I should say JSD and MMSD worked out with the residents on Russet Road with City Fire to restrict eastbound access to Russet Road. So this would be, it would remain a two-way street, but it would be westbound only at Whitney Way. So no entry there. And that's just to limit the cut-through traffic using Russet. Heading north, our plan removes all of the on-street parking and provides for larger buffers for the bike lanes. So again, we're removing the existing cutout and then planning for a wider sidewalk along the school side, but maintaining the bump outs, the curb extensions at the intersection. So the green line would be the new curb line. We're showing the turning movements here to show that we're kind of it kind of works well with the buffered or with the bike lanes in the street. So the combination of the travel lane plus bike lane also kind of matches what we would require for space for turning movements. For buses, fire, a little bit larger vehicles. Whitney Way is a truck route, so we need to take that into account. Because we were considering potentially something in the street to protect the bike lane at the intersections, but in discussions with streets and looking at the turning movements, we feel that this is the better way to go. Easier maintenance, it'll be clear of snow in the winter, and it provides that width that is necessary anyway for the turning movements. So moving north, we pretty much keep this consistent, this kind of cross section where very wide buffers mid-block. The existing pavement width is 25 feet, which is an awkward width because it's kind of a very wide single travel lane. It's meant to be driven as a single travel lane today. There's really no lane markings, but we think this will clear things up well. The extension here, or the curb extensions at Bartlett on the east side would extend all the way through the intersection. And again, keeping that same cross section. And then here at Crabapple is where the new driveway to that smaller lot on the north side of the school would be. The staff thinking on this is that the volumes for right turns there aren't high enough to justify that dedicated right turn lane. We think the right turns can be made from the through lane, and that would allow us to keep these crosswalks shorter, provide this bump out, maintain the on-street bike lanes through that intersection and further north. And this gets up to Barton. So we've got within this plan showing the dimensions here, 10-foot lanes next to a 1-foot gutter on the median, which is kind of typical for this type of street. Bike lanes, any of these dimensions we can shift around a little bit, but these are kind of the typical dimensions that we use. They are very wide buffers, but so that does, as Chris mentioned, that does open up the option of maintaining parking for the residents. But since it was called out in the Southwest Area Plan, we think the buffers here are probably worth it. The parking is not that highly used. We didn't do a parking study, but just anecdotally, a lot of people avoid parking on Whitney Way as it is. So I think that's all I wanted to call out here. Otherwise, just broad statements is that currently this is a very difficult school for traffic. And we really like the idea of getting that parent drop-off off of the street. Right now, it's mostly on Russet Road. It's also on Gilbert, but it's very chaotic. It's very difficult for enforcement, for the residents, for the parents. So, overall, we think this new layout, new traffic plan is going to be much better than what there is existing. But we're looking for feedback on these different improvements. And forgot to mention, we also included information on complete green streets. So whether we consider variances from complete green streets, I think there would be an argument to be made for that if we didn't include a dedicated bike facility where that right turn lane is. One option that we could consider if the commission wanted to maintain that right turn lane would be to bring bikes up to the sidewalk level through that area. So that's something that could be considered to maintain that right turn lane. But it was just our thought that that's not the main parking lot. It should be lower volume there. It should be pretty easily to be made from the through lane. So I think that's everything I wanted to go through. So I can leave it there and go on to the next step here.
Okay, is that it on the presentation then? Because I think that we may have, or Chris, did you have more presentation? Because Aiden, just let me know. Do we have somebody registered to speak on this?
We do. We have one person.
Okay, so Chris, did you have more presentation?
I just running through my notes. I want to make sure that you have the context because it's relevant for your consideration here that we have also talked with Madison Metro and they do not plan to have bus stops along this stretch that is being considered because obviously that interaction with vehicular traffic and bicycles would be relevant for your consideration here. So I want to make sure you have that context.
Thank you. Okay, why don't we go to comments from the public then? Aiden, who do we have?
We have Nicholas Davies of Richard Street, neither supports nor opposes and wishes to speak.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that the revised geometry here incorporates the Southwest Plan's action item about adding buffered bike lanes on Whitney Way to address the ambiguous 1.5 to 2 lane configuration, depending on who you ask. I'm glad to see that this revision doesn't include added turn lanes. In the long term, it would be great to have the bike lanes extended kind of the length of Whitney Way, but this would be a great start. The downside is that the bump outs don't bump out as much, so it doesn't visually constrict the travel lane quite so much, and the travel lane is exactly what we want to bring down to a safer speed. I think the buffered bike lanes do help with the crossing distances because the bike lane is a much safer place for pedestrians to be when they're starting to cross or when they're waiting for vehicles in the travel lane to stop. Though I would really encourage the commission and staff to iterate on this further and explore, in some cases, routing the bike lanes behind the bump outs, which would allow the bump outs to bump out further into the street. And also, given the intent here to prioritize pedestrian crossings, which, we anticipate to be a lot of middle schoolers and elementary schoolers, the bike lane could also come up over the bump out to give the pedestrian more priority. I get that some of the bump outs need to accommodate wide turning movements, but probably not all of them do. If the overall plan for Toki and Orchard Ridge is before you tonight, I also want to express disappointment about the plan to incorporate rural style pickup lanes in an urban setting, these child drive-throughs that bring car traffic onto school property. Whereas, there have been very successful school street programs elsewhere, including recently at Marquette Elementary, that extends the car-free or low traffic area beyond school grounds. And, as this commission heard recently during the crossing guard review, there are a lot of traffic safety concerns about the streets adjacent to this property. And I don't think bringing cars onto the property is going to help, particularly if you look at things like, well, now that we're bringing traffic onto the school property, now we need turn lanes for that traffic to get onto school property. It just seems to exacerbate problems to do that. So that's all I wanted to say, and thank you.
Thanks for coming and sharing your thoughts. Does anybody have a question for the registrant? Okay, thanks again. Thanks again for coming. So questions for staff and also questions for, can I just say MMSD? As we have two groups here talking about two different options. Is it okay to say city staff and MMSD? Is that, Chris, is that okay to differentiate that way? Chris Dawson?
Yep, sorry. I think that's fair.
Okay, all right. Robbie, go ahead.
Yeah, I guess I I like the significantly wider buffer on Whitney Way for the bike lane. I'm hoping that at some point in the future that can transition into a fully protected bike lane, especially in front of a middle school with an elementary school attached. I think that that's probably what we should be aiming for, is to fully protect that lane. But I realize we're not actually, we are not reconstructing Whitney Way entirely, are we?
No, so that you're right. I think I can share my screen here. You can kind of see where the blue lines show the new curb on the plan here. And you can see that it doesn't extend through the mid block. So the blue lines, the kind of the blue dashed, that extends, kind of shows where the curb would be rebuilt.
Okay.
So right, it's kind of spot treatments at intersections.
Okay. Okay. So I think that having the wider buffer would allow us to maybe have the full protection in the future. But I guess one of my questions was, what's the traffic situation on Gilbert? Like, in other words, would that be, is that a reasonable road for families to be biking on? And I guess my other question is the sort of dotted gray that appear next to the road, the driveway. I'm assuming those are sidewalks, and that would be, say, the pedestrian bicycle access to, say, the bike parking area and entrance to the school. So those are sort of two questions I had about Gilbert, like what's it like, and also where do kids park their bikes and enter the school, and is it off Gilbert or is it off Whitney Way? And then I do have another question after that, actually.
Chris, do you want to go through how that is going to work?
Yeah, so I can address sort of the bike parking comment. So it's a mix, I guess. Okay, so I'll pull my screen back up here. So there's substantial bike parking here on the plan, which is closer to Whitney Way. And then alongside the building itself. So there's a variety of locations throughout the overall site, with more of that parking being located near the middle school entrance.
Can I ask, I'm sorry, is this going to be a combined elementary and middle school building?
That's correct.
Okay, because there's two buildings now.
Yes.
Okay.
So within one overall footprint.
Okay, great. And where's the main entrance for the kids? Because I know that most schools now have sort of a preferred entrance, as opposed to when I was going to school, when you just went in any door that you could.
So Toki has their main entrance here on we'll call it the south face of the building. And Orchard Ridge is directly opposite that on the north face of the building.
Okay. And then those sort of speckled gray lines, those are sidewalks that are around the building so that they would keep pedestrians and bicyclists out of the way of cars, I presume?
That is correct. I'll zoom way in just to help a bit with that. This is to help differentiate a few different things. So the triangular hatching, I suppose, is the more typical style for depicting concrete, which is the intended sidewalk, non-vehicular. The gray with dots is just to depict a heavy duty concrete just because of how much traffic it gets. And that's different from your standard parking stall with just kind of the wear and tear that would experience.
So I'm assuming sort of the darker gray is, that's a driving area primarily. And then the sort of speckled lighter is mostly pedestrians and bicyclists.
That would be correct.
Okay. Does anybody want to, so I guess while I've got MMSD people occupy or answering questions, is there a safe routes to school or walking and biking plan for either of these schools? Has MMSD worked with any entities on that? And what's the expected approach from various directions? And does this plan improve, support that?
This is Scott from MMSD. Can you hear me okay?
Yep.
Yes, we have worked with the Safe Routes to School team. We meet actually every other week. We've had discussed this area in depth with Kevin and the team from traffic engineering. And also this is a recommendation that we had brought to them, and this is to improve the safety in and around the site, including more accessibility for biking and walking, although this is a heavily walked school. This does allow for better visual eyesight in alignment with crossing guards, especially the middle schoolers do not have crossing guards on Whitney Way, just the timing of the day. So this helps vastly improve with the traffic flow and reduce the risk of our students for our middle school. And then the work with Russet Way or Russet Road, having it kind of a quasi one-way would also help reduce risk of students when they cross over that area, when there's a lot of people that try to cut through and be through the objective of the school. So it has been reviewed. It will continue to be reviewed. And as the new process comes into place with this thing, it'll be a whole new Safe Routes to School booklet that will go to families and community partners.
Awesome. Fantastic. Then I guess my last question was for city, I guess, on what's the situation on Gilbert. Because I still feel like Whitney Way is going to be pretty intimidating for families and kids, even with the improvements. So I'm just kind of curious what the situation on Gilbert is.
Maybe could you maybe zoom in on Gilbert? Would that help, Robbie?
Yeah, no, I mean, I sort of was curious about traffic volumes, speed, whether it's sort of, how is it considered as far as, say, a biking street? Because obviously we've got sidewalks, but, crossing it, biking on it, that kind of thing. Is it considered a safe street for that?
Yeah, and I'm just going to throw this in there too, Robbie, is one of the questions in the staff memo that they are looking for TC feedback on is, are additional street improvements warranted to address changes in traffic patterns resulting from the proposed school traffic plan, particularly on Gilbert Road? So that is something that they're definitely looking for. So Tom, can you offer any thoughts there?
Mm-hmm. Right, so Gilbert is on the All Ages and Abilities bike network. It's kind of the north-south route here as a parallel route to Whitney Way. Right now, the volumes were just over 1,500 vehicles per day. This is also in that memo. And Complete Green Streets gives volume guidance for all ages and abilities and bike boulevards on neighborhood streets, which is what Gilbert is. The language is that the maximum recommended traffic volume for a bicycle boulevard is generally 3,000 vehicles per day or 1,000 per day if it's also a transit route. Gilbert is not a transit route. Right now, there is parent pickup and drop off that occurs kind of south of where that new driveway, and that actually might line up with the existing driveway. North of that general area is no stopping, standing parking. So it's kind of like a loading zone on Gilbert Road right now. It's kind of that corner of Gilbert Road and then Russet Road in front of the existing school where the majority of the pickup drop off takes place right now. So there is school traffic on Gilbert Road right now, but we would expect that to increase with this plan since Russet Road, the parking lot and the drop off zone is going to be used more than what it is, today. Today it's just kind of a mix of dropping off on Russet and dropping off on Gilbert, maybe a little bit on Whitney Way. So that was one of the questions, looking at those volumes, is there something that we should do? Complete Green Street says this should be a bike boulevard. So, right, looking at that, is there more that should be done? We would eventually add this with pavement marking signage for a bike boulevard, but we don't have the complaints of speeding on Gilbert right now. Maybe that comes in the future, not sure. So.
Okay, right. I actually didn't realize this was going to be on our agenda. I happened to be having at a social event with a parent whose kids go here, and she was telling me that the first iteration she wasn't very happy with. So hopefully this will make it better. But anyway, I wish I had asked her what she thought of this iteration, but I didn't know it was going to be on our agenda. Thanks.
Okay, thanks, Robbie. Bill, go ahead.
Thanks, Ann. Tom, what is the width of Gilbert?
Not sure off the top of my head. I think there's parking on both sides, and it is, I can do a quick measurement here. Looks like 38 feet.
38 feet, yeah. You asked the question about the driveway off of Gilbert, and I think that's an excellent idea, and I'm very happy to see this. I think I live in this area, so it's I think Gilbert is much more capable of handling the driveway than Whitney Way. So I think it's excellent. I think what we also keep in mind is across the street from this driveway on Gilbert is another school. And I don't think right now their class start and end times overlap or coincide, I guess I should say. I think they've kind of different, but that's beside the point. So there's no doubt that there will be an increase in traffic in this area, both from the middle school and the elementary school, as well as to the school to the east. So I think Tom, you're going to have to look at the parking situation as to whether it's could be allowed on Gilbert or not, because and I think for drop off, I think of people coming from Raymond Road, that's gonna the left turn into the school property. I think that may be of interest. I don't know as far as a study maybe as to what direction people are going to be coming from. I think more of the traffic is going to be coming from Raymond than from let's say up Gilbert Road from Schrader, but that's just my gut feeling. There will be some traffic coming from Flad, but I think there's going to be more coming from Raymond. So, but the other question I have is regard.
Scott, did you have some information to provide, Bill, on that?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I have worked specifically with Alder Figaro Cole about this particular section with Gilbert Road. And it currently is like a speedway of folks avoiding Whitney Way and going down through Hammersley. So in our intention of this work, we would ask that the Transportation Commission and the other planning commissions allow us to work and put a three-way stop at Flad in Gilbert Road to break traffic. Also, it also allows traffic to turn into the school and out of the school without competing nature. So it gives us the buffering that we would require.
Yeah.
And,
Okay.
And potentially
That probably makes sense. Yeah.
Yep,
Yeah.
and potentially a four-way stop at Gilbert and Russet Road, just to help continually cycle traffic to allow breaks for students to walk without risk of backing up.
I think it's primarily the issues are traffic issues are going to be around school. Yeah, start and end times. It's not going to be the middle of the day because the 1,500 cars a day is really that's easy to handle on a 38-foot wide street. So, yeah. Thanks. I think that should be looked at as a real possibility. The other question I had is because the city traffic is starting the study on Whitney Way. Tom Moore, I think we're doing this project without just at the intersections, some bulbs and so forth, but that may change depending on the results of the overall study from of Whitney Way from the Beltline all the way to the south. Is that correct?
Right. So that study, has not begun yet. It's going to start very soon, but it's a study for improvement recommendations and demonstration projects.
Okay.
So
this may have some influence on,
right,
depending on the success of how this turns out. Of course, with this project, I mean, we're talking several years out, so it's not probably, this will not be done by the time that study is probably wrapping up, I suspect, probably, right?
Right.
Yeah. Okay. All right. I see that I like this layout and plan, but I see a challenge when this school is open, the new school is open, and the existing school is in the process of being torn down. Because have you folks thought about what that I'll call it a year of transition is going to look like as far as parking and drop off and so forth?
Yeah, I can answer that. We intend the June of 2028, once the school year is finished, our construction managers will begin tearing down the old school and have the new parking lot in place right around start of school time.
Oh, super. Great. Thank you.
It'll be a 3-month crush.
Yeah. Thank you. That's good. I'm glad you're out in front of that. Thank you. That's all I have, Ann. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Bill. Harold, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. A few questions. Tom, you mentioned that at some point you considered carrying through protection of the bike lanes through the intersection and then revise that to accommodate truck turning movements. Can you say a little bit more what that concept with the protection would have looked like?
Right. It would have been similar to Seagull Road at the intersections where as a pedestrian, you cross the bike lane, which is at street level, and then there's a protected concrete kind of 6-foot wide refuge, and then you cross the travel lane. That could be done here. I think, though, we would still have to have, we wouldn't be able to get the travel lane as tight as we would want because of the turning movements. That was one of the things on Seagull Road too, was making sure that we accommodated turning movements, and we actually ended up having to revise that a little bit. But for Whitney Way, right, that could be an option. Some of the feedback regarding that, though, is involving street maintenance, snow removal. I think during the winter, during snow, it's going to be more consistently cleared if we keep it the bike lanes next to the travel lane without the additional buffer. Streets would have to get in there to clear that out, probably with special equipment. And then, yeah, the question is, how much of an advantage is it for the pedestrians? But right, I mean, that is, yeah, that would be something that could be considered.
Yeah, I think it's definitely worth looking into. I hear the maintenance concern, you know, we're building this for a long time. Maybe at some point we'll figure out the maintenance as these become more common. I think it's also better to build a facility that works, you know, 11 months out of the year, and then it doesn't work that well with snow clearing for a couple of days when probably not that many people are biking to begin with. I think that's a worthwhile trade-off. And then, yeah, I mean, with the turning movements, I mean, I hear that, but these are also, and I remember this on Seago Street with like the turning movements of the ambulances going to that senior housing. But I mean, in this particular case, I think the turning movements that you showed, I mean, you showed the turning template of a city bus from a residential street. So there's just, yes, there will be through traffic of trucks, but there will probably not be a whole lot of turning traffic from or onto those residential streets off of Whitney Way. So I think, yeah, thinking about how to make that work. And I mean, this leads me maybe also back to something that Bill touched on. I mean, yeah, there's the larger context of Whitney Way and what's going to happen there and demonstration projects. I mean, is there anything that would make sense here to like try out with pinned on concrete to like, yeah, get a better sense of what's working in this block, and that might then also inform what we're doing in the rest of the street? That just might be something to keep in mind as well. And then with regard to Gilbert Road, I mean, yes, I think that's not a good bike boulevard with the added traffic. I think adding the stop signs, as Scott had recommended, is like good first step. And I think then probably it just makes sense once the new school has been built, once you can actually count traffic and see where people are coming from and going to, probably we have to come back here and see like, yeah, what additional measures need to be taken to make this an all ages and abilities street. I don't think just stop signs will be enough to make it low stress. But I think that's also fine to figure out in the future, since we're not rebuilding Gilbert in any way at this point anyway. And then the final question, you mentioned the widened sidewalk along Whitney Way on the east side. How wide is that going to be?
I don't know if it's shown on this plan.
No, Tom, you'll have to bring that back up on your side.
On the city recommendation, it was 10 feet wide.
Okay. Because I'm thinking, you know, the kids going to and from school and the parents who bike and walk are probably gonna go onto that. And so thinking about the transitions onto that and whether 10 feet is wide enough for people, for the volumes of people who would be using it. I mean, yeah, through traffic will be in the buffered bike lane, but the people going to and from the school will most likely use that path, and then also making it clear, like, yeah, where you're supposed to be. I think that would be good to look into. Maybe it makes sense to make it 12 feet. Maybe it makes sense to demarcate pedestrian and walking. Yeah. There was one more thing, sorry. It's gone. Thank you. That's all I have. Oh, no, sorry. To the question of like, eventually, do we need to protect like buffered bike lanes? I think it's probably fine. Given the width of the buffer and the bike lane, I guess observing what's going to happen if people are going to use that past people, if people are going to use it to like actually stop there and drop off their kids. I think that's just something to observe. And then, yeah, maybe at some point there needs to be more physical separation between the buffered bike lane and the travel lane. Go ahead.
Alder Harrington McKinney, go ahead.
I saw Bill in the queue prior to me.
He's showing behind you in my queue.
Oh, okay. So my question is that we've looked at, my question is that we've looked at the number of students because in a school setting, the drop off and pickup of students is primarily a major concern. And we've looked at, biking and all of those. So my question is, and I'm really looking at the piece of equity, and we have more students that are walking than biking. I mean, is this plan working toward covering those students who don't bike, but really walk to school? And my second question is that in the Southwest Area Plan, was this, because it was widely and very well attended, was this included in the presentation by staff within the Southwest Area Plan?
I'm just going to interject that I think that we have two proposals before us, one from MMSD and one from staff. So maybe Chris could answer from MMSD and Tom could answer from the city with regard to how their plans address your questions, Alder. Does that make sense, Chris and Tom?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. Chris, you want to go first?
Sure. Yeah, I guess we have been, I suppose, focused on some of the bicycle facility elements to the plan. But paired with that is these curb extensions, which a proven safety measure for pedestrians is to decrease the crossing time and distance at any given street interaction. So curb extensions help accomplish that. And that has been a focus, and that is continuous across what we have presented and what city staff have recommended as well. So there are pedestrian accommodations in mind with these solutions, along with the bicycle facilities that we have been discussing.
Yeah, and from the city side, the plan that we had included, it's basically the same thing as what's shown here. The difference is that we have the bump out extending through this Crabapple Lane intersection and the driveway. But otherwise, I think it's exactly the same. Right, just focusing on mostly getting kids across Whitney Way. But that was also one of the benefits of this bump out at Russet Road, was to make this crossing easier, the north-south crossing to get to the school, because Russet Road will still be used for school buses. There will still be traffic coming out of here. And today this is a very busy area. So this intersection should be quite a bit better with these improvements for walking.
And Tom, didn't you say that there would be a wider sidewalk?
Oh, right. Yeah, that's right. So that is another difference, that wide sidewalk is not shown on this plan. We had included that in the city staff plan.
And am I correct that your lanes are, generally speaking, narrower, the travel lanes, which should hopefully slow speed and be helpful for pedestrians? Would that be correct?
I think they're the same. I'm trying
Yeah,
to check here.
maybe just to explain a quick difference is just really where you take the dimension from. So they are the same, I believe. Where we take our measurement from is face to face, but what Tom had presented previously had a breakout of the curb itself, between the edge of the curb and the face of the curb. So for instance, I think his cross-section had shown like a 10-foot wide drive lane, but that did not include the 1 foot of curb space.
Right. Yep. So yeah, I think they are the same.
Thank you for that clarification. I was looking at the numbers in your different presentations and they were different. So thanks for that clarification. Because I think, Alder, that applies to your question about pedestrian safety as well. Is that all you had, Alder?
And so I thank you for that because I know I sit on this body and I really look at the equity piece. And we have a lot of Black and brown students that do not bike, they do walk. And so to making sure, and your plan has incorporated the pedestrian side of it, but it's not been lifted up. And so I would like in your presentations so that we can talk about walkability, because a major number of our Black and brown students do not bike, they walk. And your plan incorporates and looks at that, but I don't hear it in your messaging. So for me, I'd like to begin to hear that in the messaging about pedestrians' walkability and why this fits well. I'm complete.
Thanks, Alder. Bill, go ahead.
Thanks, Ann. Another question I had, and I'm not sure, I think it was brought up and somebody mentioned, whether it was Chris or Tom, with the reference to the Southwest area plan. What did that plan say about parking on Whitney Way, if anything?
So that plan showed all parking removed from Whitney Way for buffered bike lanes.
Okay.
I think the difference is that plan was showing an ultimate design.
Okay.
So I think the width was a little bit narrower. If we were to reconstruct Whitney Way fully, we would narrow it up. And
yeah. Okay.
So, yeah.
That answers my question as far as because I'm not really overly concerned about taking parking away, I guess, from this area. And I think I don't think it's needed. And I think the other, well, I'll hold off my next to my comments. It's not a question. So thanks. I'm on time. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Bill. Are there other questions for Chris or Tom or other staff who's on the phone or in the meeting? Okay, why don't we move to motions, discussion, comments, that section. Bill, go ahead.
Thanks, Ann. I think because that was very informative as far as the entryway for the elementary student will be on the north side of the building. So if the students are coming from the west, if they cross the street at Russet, they'll walk on the east side next to the building and come in. If the students that are living, let's say, coming up from Green Tree and so forth, and would the students be encouraged to cross at Russet, or would it be, I mean, we're guessing where crossing guards will be located, but would the elementary students, Tom, do you think they would, or Chris, cross the street at Crabapple or Crabapple Lane?
Off the top of my head, I don't recall, but I know there are two sort of identifiable, maybe preferred crossing locations because they currently hold RFBs. Tom, is that Russet and Barton? So basically the southern and northern limits of what we're considering here?
Yeah, there's an RFB at down at Barton, I think, right now. So, but yeah, I guess this is going to be a change in pedestrian walking patterns with the school on the north entryway, whereas right now everything is on the south. So that's going to be a little bit of a change in how students cross Whitney Way. Because their entry, let's say in fall weather, they're going to want to get into the school as soon as possible and not have to stand in the rain or some snow or something. So I think, to go down all the way to Russet and then back up, I don't know.
Right. That's a good point. Right. There's an RFP right now at Russet, but that was, with the current pattern, which is expected to change. So I could easily see that Bartlett or Crabapple being used more than what Russet is today.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. I have my preference. For this discussion, I like the parking off of Gilbert immensely, and I like the improvements that you've made for the pedestrian crossing at Russet north-south. Yeah, I think that's a great improvement. Thanks.
Thanks, Bill. Okay, so we have two different proposals, parts of which are the same or close to the same, and other parts are different. And Tom, I think you did a good job of trying to identify where PE staff's recommendation differs from the original proposal from MMSD. So we need to make a recommendation. Personally, I think it would be helpful to have a motion that clearly spells out what our preference is. I think there's been a lot of great feedback that's been given, particularly about Gilbert, and I know that that was requested as well. But I think there are two pretty clear alternatives here. Bill, go ahead.
Thanks, Dan. I'll make a motion for approving the staff recommendation that Tom Moore made. I preferred that configuration better. Thank you.
Would you mind if we called it the TE staff?
Yeah,
proposal?
that's fine. Sure. I'll make that as a.
And I'll second.
Okay. Okay, Bill, did you wish to speak to your motion?
No, I think Tom laid out some very good points to it, and I think a better configuration of moving within the without building a lot of new pavement. I think it's good recommendations from the city staff. Thanks.
Okay, so we have a motion to approve the TE proposal. Discussion. Harold.
Thank you. Yeah, I think that, I'm in favor of that in general as well. I just want to make sure that some of the feedback that we have provided within the TE proposal, like looking at the intersections, the protection, the turning radius, seeing what we can do on Gilbert Road, that I think it is clear that TE or staff will look into that more, and that's in the spirit of that motion, but I just want to spell that out. We'll get that clarified.
Yeah, Tom, if you could, my understanding is we're approving the basic street geometry, and that was particularly in the title. So you have been taking notes and would be considering all the additional items that people are talking about. So does that need to be in the motion, or is that clearly understood?
I think that is understood.
I guess that's a question for Harold and Bill and Alder Harrington McKinney and everybody else as to whether everybody's comfortable with that. But, my understanding is we're approving the basic geometry, and then you'll go to work, refining it with including some of the recommendations that have been made by members. Would that be right?
That's certainly acceptable to me.
Okay. Would that be fair, Tom?
Yeah, I think so. The one item that I would like a little bit more clarification on is Gilbert Road, because we didn't really spell that out, at least from my end, very clearly.
Could we do that separately, Tom? Would that be okay?
That's fine. Yep, that'll work.
Would that be okay with everybody if we approach them separately? Because
Yes,
to me,
yes.
they look like they're separate things.
Yeah. Yeah,
Is
I
that
don't know,
okay?
without a great deal of, looking at traffic counts and so forth, which you don't have, is how often is that, how much traffic is gonna be turning left off of Gilbert and into the parking lot? So we don't know. And I don't know if the city will have anything like that. It'd be pure speculative at this point, I think.
Hey, Alder Okovich, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to thank city staff for I think it's good design. I wanted to reiterate some of Carl's points to just keep looking into ways to add more protection to the bike lane. And also just reiterate some things that I think are clear from the discussion, but like I am totally fine with eliminating parking in this section. I think it's very underutilized, and I'm glad to see pedestrian and bike improvements here.
Thanks, Alder. Robbie, go ahead.
Thank you. Yeah, I think that the staff proposal is significantly better because it does eliminate the parking, it eliminates that turn lane. And I guess I would just say in general, Tom is asking for some feedback going forward on Gilbert, which I think we're going to have to look at once the traffic patterns emerge, as others have said. But in general, I think what we want to keep looking at is, as much as possible, separating motor vehicle traffic from non-motorized traffic, and that includes pedestrians, obviously. Crossing where they're going to cross to get into the school is going to be really important. And although Crabtree is the closest to the elementary school entrance, and that little turnaround across from Crabtree is not going to get as much traffic as the big drop-off area. I think that you will have to consider sort of motor vehicle turning movements there. And so having kids cross somewhere other than Crabtree might be a better option, just to separate those, the drivers from the non-drivers, shall we say. I mentioned that I was at a social event with a parent, and her objection to the initial first round design, which we're not seeing here, so I don't know what it looked like, was that apparently kids that were walking and biking had to cross too much motor vehicle traffic to get into the school, that they were not separating the non-motorized users from the drivers, the parents dropping off, and that was creating all kinds of conflict, or it would create all kinds of conflict. So I think this is much better. As far as I can tell, there are clear walking routes to get to the school without having to cross too much motor vehicle traffic on school grounds. Now, obviously, Whitney Way, Russet, Gilbert, those are roads. And if you have to cross them, you have to cross motor vehicle traffic. But I think those are things that we can take up once the traffic patterns emerge. And hopefully parents will behave, although I have worked with schools in the past, and that's a big ask. They don't seem to obey the request from the school. They don't seem to obey the requests from the city. They don't seem to obey the requests from the traffic signs even, when it comes to dropping their kids off when they're in a car. So I think that, and I just want to say, Alder Harrison McKinney, we are not, believe me, we are not forgetting pedestrians, because we realize that kids, whether they're walking or biking, need to be able to cross the street. They need to be able to feel safe. And the crossing is probably the most important part. And then once they get onto school grounds, making sure that they don't have to cross driveways. And that is, to me, the absolute critical element to getting to school. And parents who need to drive their kids to school or want to drive their kids to school, in my opinion, is a secondary or even tertiary after the school buses consideration. And if they have to wait, if they're backed up, because we want to make it safe for kids walking and kids biking and parents who are walking and biking with their kids, I think that that's what we need to do, and that the parents dropping their kids off are just going to have to slow down and take it easy and wait. But I think we're not going to know what the issues are until this is built, and then we're going to find out where the problems are. So, but I think from my understanding, this is considerably better than the initial design that MMSD presented many moons ago, that had a lot of conflict between kids walking and parents driving. So thank you.
Thanks, Robbie. Anybody have any other comments about the motion with regard to South Whitney Way street geometry, which was the motion is to approve the TE proposal. Any other discussion with regard to the motion? Okay, I also support the TE proposal for all the reasons that have been mentioned. I'm going to assume a unanimous consent vote unless anybody wishes to vote no or abstain. So please raise your hand. Okay, that motion is carried. Now, Tom, you were asking about more direction on Gilbert Road. Were you asking about that because there was a lot of discussion about adding stop signs?
Right, there's discussion about adding stop signs. And I don't know if I have a question or just a comment. So how we would typically handle this is if we had a development come in that we felt there's going to be a clear generation of a lot of pedestrians at a certain crossing and we need to improve that, we would have that, we could add a condition for that development to install an RRFB or make some improvements at a crosswalk. So that's one thing. Or require speed humps or something if we think there's going to be a new speeding problem, which was mentioned here. We typically do not install stop signs to address speeding issues. I think stop signs could be installed at either Flad or Russet or both, but they wouldn't be installed for that reason. They would be installed more for the number of pedestrians using the crossing and conflicts like that. And I don't know with this change to the school that those numbers would change dramatically from where they are today. So I think the way that TE would handle Gilbert Road is if we think there's going to be a speeding issue that needs to be addressed, we should probably address that with speed humps, either with this plan or wait to see what it looks like. And then if we do it after the fact, the speed humps would go through the Safe Streets Madison program. Regarding stop signs, I don't think we would install those in anticipation of an issue. We would wait to see how things turn out and then address them, because oftentimes it's not as bad as what we think. And but I just wanted to make it clear that it's kind of called out specifically in the MUTCD that we don't use stop signs to address speeding issues. So I just wanted to make that clear. We could go either way, try to proactively address speeding through speed humps or curb extensions or something else like that. or we could just wait to see how it plays out and then try to address it with either Safe Streets Madison or installing stop signs or other signage if that's what we feel is needed in the future.
Thanks, Tom. Bill, go ahead.
Thanks, Ann. Yes, the city about, I think 4 or 5 years ago, installed speed feedback signs on Gilbert Road. The one going northbound is between Raymond and Russet, and the southbound is just north of Barton before you get to Flad. So there's already speed feedback signs, and I think they're useful in those locations. So, and I do not foresee, I agree with Tom. I don't think the installation of the stop signs would be for speeding, but rather just for trying to get queues dissipated around the parking situation into the school is the reason for why the signs would be useful. Thanks.
Sure. Thanks, Bill. Correct me if I'm wrong, everybody, but I thought I heard a lot of people say that in terms of Gilbert Road, that we just would likely need to wait and see what happens to see what additional improvements might be needed, depending on traffic patterns and pedestrian flow, et cetera, and bicycle flow. Was that overall, does anybody disagree with that plan to wait to see exactly what transpires on Gilbert Road? Or are you thinking you'd like to see something more proactive in conjunction with this project? And I think that's the key, isn't it, Tom? Are you asking?
Yeah, that's the basic question, right? Should we do something proactively in anticipation of this, or do we wait and see how things go? And
yeah. Harold, go ahead.
Question about that. Thank you, Chair. Tom, you mentioned that, in the context of new developments, we sometimes ask speed humps to be installed as part of the development, partly because then the developer pays for it. In this case, that would, it would still be the city and it would not be the school district.
Yeah, so it could go either way. Typically, if we think that a development is going to cause an issue with speeding, we could make that a condition of their approval that they pay for and install those whatever improvements to the street. If we don't think that that's an issue, or if we want to wait and see, we can come back a couple of years later, but then it would be on the city to do that.
Okay. I guess it changes my thinking slightly.
Can I just add something from a development review perspective? We are anticipating taking a deposit, like a rather large deposit, for RFPs and feedback boards. So that allows us to, review it. It gives us a window after the school's been built to review it and, install the RFPs or feedback boards as needed, with the deposit from the school. So that is typically, with the development review process, what we do and what we're planning to do with the site as well.
Okay, that's helpful. Then, yeah, I think I agree. Wait and see approach and collect data approach makes more sense.
You're muted, Ann.
Sorry, I thought I was going to make it all the way through one meeting without having that happen. Apparently not. That's very helpful, Sean, to have that additional information, and maybe makes it a little bit easier to wait to see. Other thoughts with regard to that? if there's anything else that people think we should be doing now in conjunction with the project, or just wait and see and potentially use that reserve or whatever you call it, Sean, to help fund that. Okay, Tom, does that give you the feedback that you need?
Yep, I think pretty clear now.
Okay, great. All right. Well, thanks everybody. A lot of good discussions. Exciting project. And we'll look forward to hearing more about it in the future. So thanks everybody for coming and sharing your thoughts and the great presentations and discussion. Now we'll move. Yeah, thanks so much. We'll move on to Metro Transit December service changes. Connor.
Yes, hello everybody. I'm Connor Mountford. I'm the interim planning manager here at Metro. And I apologize if my name says Mick. I missed my meeting invite and I'm working off of Mick's meeting invite here. So we just have a few minor December or proposed service changes in December to present. And so I will go ahead and share my screen. And so these service changes are part of our 2% reduction to our 2027 operating budget.
Excuse me, Connor, can you make that a little bit bigger?
Yes, of course. How is that?
Better, thanks.
Okay. So these proposed service changes are part of our 2% reduction for the 2027 operating budget. And they're being presented currently because in order to affect the 2027 operating budget starting on January 1st, they would need to be implemented as part of our December service changes, which would operate or start in December and operate from December to March. And so what we're proposing is a reduction in service span, primarily impacting early morning, but also some late night trips on our routes C, D, G, H, P, S, J, O, and L. So there are many routes affected, but no single route has a trip reduction of more than 3 trips on any service day, being weekday, Saturday, or Sunday. And the reductions on our routes C, D, G, H, P, and S are targeted at pullouts before 4:45 a.m. on weekdays and 5:45 a.m. on weekdays. This allows us to move forward the time in which we have to have support staff at Metro to cover extra board work and sick call-ins and other absences. So we have to have a driver, a dispatcher, and operations supervisors at least 45 minutes ahead of time. And moving those pullouts a little later helps us save on their time as well. And so just kind of moving through the actual specific trips on Route C, we are proposing a partial trip reduction before 4:54 a.m. So this would be a pullout that would then start at Winnebago and Atwood instead of doing its full trip, starting at Sprecher and Cottage Grove in the westbound direction. And then on the other direction, we would be removing a trip in one full trip and one partial trip. On Route D, we would be removing just one partial trip on the weekday to move us before that 4:45 pullout time. And then on the weekend, one full trip and one partial trip in each direction. On Route G, the weekend service will be impacted, removing one full trip and one partial trip in each direction. And then Route H will remove one full trip in each direction, or one full trip in the westbound direction, apologies. And for the weekend service on Route J, we will remove one weekday trip in the westbound direction. Route J weekend service will have we're proposing a few additional reductions. One early morning trip in each direction, and then ending service at 9 p.m. Currently, Route J service runs until approximately 11:45 p.m. And these trips have less than 4 boardings on the weekend and are good candidates for reduction to meet our 2% target. And then Route L weekday service will be removing one trip to end at 10 p.m. Route L in both directions. Route L weekend service is being proposed to trim the span from 6:30 to 10 p.m. down to 7:30 to 8:30 p.m. And then our Route O weekday service will be removing one trip in the southbound direction, and then additionally on weekend service removing one AM trip and ending service at 9 p.m. as well. And finally then with routes P and Route S, it would be removing one trip on both of those routes, which are both looped routes, on weekend service to bring the pullout time before 5:45 a.m. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions that you all have on these proposed changes. Thank you.
Thanks, Connor. Aiden, it doesn't look like we have anybody registered to speak.
Correct, we don't.
Okay. Thank you. Comments or questions? Alder Harrington McKinney, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. On your reductions related to the 2% overall that was imposed, are these reductions within specific communities? So how did you arrive at these determinations? Was it based upon ridership? Did it look on community? I'm just trying to get a sense of where these reductions landed. I hope that that was my clear question.
No, that is very clear, and thank you for the question. There are really two general packages of reductions, and I apologize for scrolling all the way back to the top of our presentation here. But the first group of reductions on routes C, D, G, H, P, and S, those were determined because they had pullouts that started before 4:45 a.m. on weekdays or 5:45 a.m. on weekends. And by moving those pullouts to after 4:45 a.m. on weekdays and 5:45 a.m. on weekends, we were able to save time, internal staff time, and generate savings there by not having to have a garage dispatcher, an operations supervisor, and a standby bus as early. And so by reducing 1 to 2 trips and moving that pullout a little bit later, We save both on the time on those trips and the extra support staff that is necessary to have service at that time. And so they were not determined by specific areas. It was really just the time and the ability to generate savings with the least impact on our ridership. On routes J, O, and L, that was where ridership became a factor, and looking at the number of rides on those trips, with early morning and late night weekend trips having the least amount of ridership and having the least impact on our riders overall.
Thank you for being able to provide that information, because specifically I was interested. I understand that the 2% across the department's reduction implemented by the mayor, but I needed to hear or understand how those reductions were made. Specifically, was it made around ridership or was it made around community placement? And ridership makes much more sense to me. I think I can kind of understand that. It would have been challenging to me if it was around areas versus ridership. So I'll hold my questions, and thank you very much for your response.
Thank you, Alder. Pepe, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks for the presentation. My question is very similar to Alder Harrington McKinney in terms of trying to understand if you can share some of the process. I assume or imagine this must have been very difficult to, at some point on how to make the call on which line to cut at what time and when. And would you mind sharing a little bit of that process in terms of did you have to make a hard call? Was there any of those calls close to the line of keeping any of the other hours available for A, B, or C reason, being, this is a line that serves, let's say, a very dense industrial area where workers are more prone to need earlier or very late transportation, or were they part of an equity zone where a lot of people would leave from that area to work in industrial zones or areas in the city? Can you share a little bit more of that with us?
Yeah, so as I mentioned, the first set of trips were generally because due to the time at which they pull out of the garage. Additionally, because of that time, they have very low ridership. There were alternatives that were assessed, and we did remove because we had concerns over equity impacts. And so they were removed, and we decided to present the routes J, O, and L alternatives as opposed to potential trip reductions that were explored on routes G and H. So those were not presented, and instead the weekend service on routes J and O were presented, J, O, and L. And then from there, we generally look at weekend service that has lower ridership, and early morning and late night service that has lower ridership and lower use.
Thank you.
Thanks, Pepe. Alder O'Brien, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you for running through this. How many, and if you don't have these numbers, if you could get them for me after the meeting, that would be greatly appreciated. But how many riders are on the J, O, and L, and I'm particularly interested in L as it runs through a part of my district that's relatively disconnected from the rest of the city.
Yeah, we do have that, and I can walk you through that. So for Route J, we can see the average daily ridership for each trip. Proposing, yes.
Oh, no, sorry. I just was totally misreading this. Never mind. I can also do this.
Oh, okay.
Do this offline. I got it.
So it'd be two Saturday, 2 Sunday, on this trip, and then 3 and 1, and so on through the rest of the trips. In particular for Route L, 2 weekday boardings, or 2 boardings on the weekday 9:52 p.m. trip, 3 on the 8:37 p.m. trip, and then on our weekend trips, this early morning trip does show 8 and 4. Our scheduler did take a deeper dive into this and believes that is a data error, which would be consistent with ridership on the rest of Route L on weekends, and that we have 3 Saturday, 0 Sunday boardings, and then 0 and 2 on these later night trips. And then we can see similar patterns in the other direction.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thanks, Alder Field. Go ahead.
Chair, I'm ready for a motion when appropriate.
Okay, that'd be fine.
I move that the Transportation Commission approve item 4, the Metro Transit December service changes.
Okay, there's a motion. Okay, I'm sorry, who seconded?
Robbie beat me.
I did. Oh, okay, seconded by Robbie. Okay, so there's a motion to approve the Metro Transit December service changes. Did you wish to speak to your motion, Alder?
Yes, briefly. Thank you. This is not a fun item. Certainly not for me. I primarily get around the city by bus, and one of my route is affected. But I want to just describe for a little bit to the members of the board, and then anybody who may be listening, why these are coming before us. The memo did a great job at giving the overview of the 2% reduction scenarios across the city, but that's happening because of one of the state limits on our operating budget, and in this case, a limit on how much money the city can actually spend. So regardless of whether we can come up with the money, we can't spend $1 over a certain amount or else risk vital state aid. This is going to be a bigger topic over the next couple of months as the city gets into budget season. For those interested, I want to encourage you to take a look at the other changes that the agencies are describing that they could take in their operating budgets for 2027. If you want to find the 27 budget forecast and then all of the agency's recommendations, you can just Google City of Madison 2027 budget. And on that page, in the city finance page for the 27 budget, there's an operating budget header with the agency requests. Each agency wrote a memo describing their request and then describing their 2% cut scenario. And in particular, of interest is Metro Transit's transmittal memo. So from Director Jamie Acton, in addition to the 2% cut scenario, which we are talking about tonight when she described in the memo, there's a long-term strategy focus, more discussions required section of her memo, which gets deeper into some of the future forecasting of pretty significant cost growth compared to revenue in the agency. So that's something that I wanted to put on the radar of this group in its role overseeing the agency, because that's a pretty sobering section of the memo and something that I think we all need to think about, especially as state limits on our budgets get tighter and continue to strangle local government in Wisconsin. That's all I wanted to share. Thank you.
Thanks, Alder. We could ask Aiden to send that link that you described out to all TC members. Then it'll be easier to go and explore the various things that you were talking about, because it is going to be a sobering time, isn't it?
Yeah.
In terms of looking at this information, would that be helpful? Do you think to send a link out?
I certainly do think so. I'll send Aiden a Teams message with the link.
Okay, awesome. Thank you so much. Okay, there's a motion and a second. Discussion. Again, the motion is to approve the Metro Transit December service changes. Any further? Alder Harrington McKinney.
Thank you. I just want to put this on the record, and I thank Alder Field for his just input. But it really, and people don't understand the forecasting. People don't understand the limitations that we have on the state budget. People don't understand that we must stay within those guidelines and limits. We do, because that's what our job is. But what is missing is that the average person does not understand, and we have to figure out how we can present that information, unstrap it, so the average citizen will understand is that this is not what we want to do. This is what we have to do. This is not what the departments want to do. It's what they have to do. And that's why I specifically asked for ridership, because it shows that the department really looked at how they can most significantly match the 2% reduction in the areas that they could. Did they want to do that? Of course they did not. But they looked at what was the least maximum input on the overall budget. That is so key. And that messaging has not come forward. And what we do is that we assume that everybody understands, but everybody doesn't understand. And so my ask, and I want to say, Alder Fields, thank you so very much for bringing that up, but we must do a better job. How we do it, I certainly want to know, is how do we do a better job as explaining the average person why it is so. And so I just wanted to put that into the messaging and put that into the record. I am complete.
Yeah, thanks, Alder. It's a very complex explanation, isn't it? And not something that's easily passed along to people who need a short sound bite to help them understand it. So we have a motion on the table to approve the Metro Transit service changes. Any additional discussion?
I second.
Okay. Oh, there was a second already, Alder. So there's a motion and a second on the table. I'm going to assume a unanimous consent vote unless anybody wishes to vote no or abstain. If so, please raise your hand. Okay, that motion is carried unanimously. And thanks so much, Connor, for coming in and explaining that and helping us understand the way that went around coming to the recommendations that you did. So very helpful.
Thank you, everybody.
Thanks so much. Yeah, thanks. Okay, Lynn, I just want to let you know that Denise had to drop off, so you can make motions and vote now. So, yeah, part of my job. I got to track that stuff. So, next we have the 2027 TC meeting schedule, and I want to give a big shout out to Aiden and Yang for all their work on this proposed meeting schedule, as it was especially challenging for 2027. There's a number of dates every year where TC is not allowed to schedule a meeting. And in addition, we really prioritize trying to avoid conflicts with Board of Public Works, because a lot of the same staff, I mean, Harold's part of, he's a member of both, so that's a big conflict, but there's a lot of things that have to go to Board of Public Works and Transportation Commission, and there's a lot of staff that has to attend these meetings. So we try very hard to avoid those conflicts. So as proposed, there's only 2 potential conflicts with Board of Public Works. There are a couple of things that we've included in the schedule that we haven't in the past. In April, we are proposing a meeting on April 28th. This date is toward the end of Passover, And while this date is recommended to avoid, it's not prohibited to avoid. So why are we suggesting it? We have a meeting scheduled on April 7th. Then Board of Public Works has one on April 14th. We would normally have one on April 21st, but that is date that is part of Passover. Earlier in Passover, that is prohibited, so we cannot have a meeting then. And if we didn't at least schedule a meeting on the 28th, we would potentially have a month in between meetings, which could be very difficult. But we footnoted it that we will try very hard not to have that meeting. So we will cancel it if it's not absolutely necessary. So that's one. And then the second is the fall got very difficult. We have a meeting on September 15th and then another meeting on October 27th. So trying to fit them in there, again, rather difficult. So we're proposing that we would meet either on September 29th or October 6th, with a great likelihood that we would cancel one of those meetings, depending on what has to come to us from a timing standpoint, et cetera, et cetera. So this is not something I've seen on our schedule before, where we're saying, okay, we're going to put these on the calendar, but we'll try very hard not to have those meetings if we don't need to have those meetings. So I just wanted to explain that. And again, thank Aiden in particular for all the time he spent on this, and Yang as well for trying to work it out so that we can get a meeting schedule that'll work for everybody. So comments or questions? I guess questions first. Then we'll go to motions discussion. No questions? Is anybody willing to make a motion to approve the proposed TC meeting schedule? Harold.
Move approval.
Okay, there's a motion. Bill?
Second.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. Did you wish to speak to your motion, Harold?
Thank you, staff, for figuring this out. I'm sure it's no fun.
It was particularly not fun this year, I think, based on what I saw. Any other discussion? Okay, I'm going to assume a unanimous consent vote unless anybody wishes to vote no or abstain. If so, please raise your hand. Okay, motion is carried unanimously. Thanks so much. Next, we move on to the quarterly traffic safety report. And Lieutenant Minor, Dave, are you still with? You are still with us here. We had a lot of great discussion on a couple of very complex projects. So it took a little bit longer to get to you than maybe normally would happen. Lieutenant Minor?
No worries, totally understand. All right, let me try to, if I can share my screen here. Let's see. All right, can you see it?
It's coming now.
All right.
There we go.
There's a lot of slides, so I'm going to try to run through this because I know a lot of people are tired and probably ready to have some time to themselves. So this is the second quarterly report, and a lot of you are familiar with this, but I'll still go through some of these basic slides if you're not. So our traffic enforcement goals are what they were last year. We're going to continue to focus on the high injury networks such as East Washington Avenue, the Beltline, Mineral Point Road. Continue to focus on hazardous moving violations and de-emphasize non-hazardous violations and support alternative outcomes for the non-hazardous violations such as warnings. Continue to support school zone traffic safety and respond to community member complaints. Several slides up next here just kind of show some data comparing this quarter to previous quarters. You can see from quarter two, the hazardous citations are up by about 300 citations. The other ones are a little more comparable. The hazardous and non-hazardous, of course, when were reduced a little bit. As far as the hazardous citations overall by citation type, as you can see, speeding increased by quite a bit there compared to last quarter. All the other ones are within kind of an average range. And non-hazardous violations, pretty similar to previous quarters. And that's just kind of showing similar information, but a line graph, just kind of emphasizing that our focus is on hazardous citations versus non-hazardous. And then hazardous warning, citywide, nothing kind of outstanding there. And then the non-hazardous warnings citywide, pretty similar to previous quarters, a little lower in the vehicle equipment. All right, and the fatality crashes. So in the second quarter, we had 2 traffic-related fatalities related to 2 crashes. And I'll quickly summarize both of those crashes. So the first one happened on April 30th around 10:03. That was on Stoughton Road, just north of Buckeye Road. That was a motor vehicle versus pedestrian crash. Roadway factors is dry, it's dark out, unlit. Unfortunately, it was in a work zone where there is a construction worker or road worker. And a summary of that is, and I'll show you in a minute, but the Unit 1, which is the suspect vehicle, was traveling southbound on Stoughton Road when the driver began to drive through the construction cones that had been set out, and upon doing so, ended up striking Unit 1 ended up striking Unit 2, which is the pedestrian or the road worker. Unit 1 ended up continuing driving southbound on Stoughton Road and didn't stop after striking the worker. Unfortunately, the Unit 2, the pedestrian, died as a result of the injuries. Officers did a good job ultimately looking at cameras and locating and arresting the suspect vehicle that fled from the scene. The suspect vehicle is a 2019 Dodge Caravan. He was the only occupant. And the suspect was a male suspected of alcohol use, driver actions, careless driving, failure to keep in proper lane, hit and run involving death, OWI homicide, first-degree reckless. The pedestrian was a 23-year-old male. Fortunately, he suffered fatal injuries. The second crash in quarter 2 happened on Friday, June 3rd, around 11:43 a.m. That was on East Washington Avenue at Patterson. That was also a motor vehicle versus pedestrian. That one, road surface didn't come into play again, as dry, daylight out. Weather conditions were clear. Unit 1, the suspect vehicle was inbound on East Washington Avenue in the left lane and then moved into the right lane when he came upon the red light at Patterson. Unit 5, which the pedestrian was crossing in the crosswalk from south to north across East Washington Avenue and Patterson. Unit 1 didn't stop for the red light and continued through the intersection, ultimately striking and killing the pedestrian. Unit 1 continued inbound and ended up striking a couple other vehicles that were already parked. The suspect vehicle was a 2015 BMW sedan, and he was the only occupant. The suspect is a 44-year-old male, suffered minor injuries, suspected of drug use. His driver actions were aggressive driving, failure to keep in a proper lane, and a number of other. Ended up charging him with first-degree reckless homicide and first-degree reckless endangering safety. The pedestrian was a 72-year-old male who suffered the fatal injuries in the crosswalk. And fatalities from 2006 to 26. So as of today, are 7 for this quarter, or I should say for 2026. And serious injuries and fatality crashes, Q2, like mentioned, and about 27 serious injuries. Traffic complaints definitely gone up this year, and more so in the Q2 to 259. And I'll quickly run through some of the grants. I won't go through all of them, but I'll just kind of give you a quick summary. So as a result of DOT funded grants, we're able to partner with the Sheriff's Department and focus additional efforts with officers to do traffic enforcement related to alcohol, seatbelt, bike ped, and speed laws to ultimately, not just enhance public safety, of course, but prevent tragedies like these fatalities. And they're not just confined to the high injury network because we collaborate, but they do have to be held on city streets that are also county highways or shared roadways. So we are kind of confined in where we can deploy some of these grants. So in Q2, we had 14 impaired driving grants, 11 speeding grants, 11 seatbelt grants, and 12 pedestrian and bike safety grants. And I'll just go through a few of these. And so here's one that was a speed grant that we did on Fish Hatchery Road near Wright Middle School. A lot of stops on that one, 27. The highest speed being 63, which is a little crazy, 33 miles an hour over. Officers got a lot of thumbs up from the pedestrians driving and walking in that area for being in the area. Another one was a bike ped grant on East Washington Avenue. This was a day after the fatality accident on East Washington in there at Patterson. Highest speed there was 46. Stopped about, sounds like 12 vehicles. Again, a lot of pedestrians and drivers were honking and waving and thanking officers, so it's good to see. Another one related to an OWI grant after 10 o'clock on East Washington Avenue. This one we were limited on volunteers and who we could get to assist with the grant. However, we were able to stop a few different cars. One of them was going 83 miles per hour, which is crazy, on East Washington Avenue. Unfortunately, the vehicle fled, and which is a common theme throughout traffic stops, unfortunately, and we can't pursue for obviously safety reasons. So that person ended up getting away. Another seatbelt grant on Packers and Schlingen resulted in 14 stops. Highest speed was 62 over. Another OWI one, highest speed was 91 miles per hour, which was 36 miles an hour over the speed limit. That was on the Beltline and Fish Hatchery Road from a OWI grant from 8 to 12. That one, during that incident, another officer ended up helping a car fire and ended up having to use 2 fire extinguishers to put out the car fire. So I was, I guess, people were thankful that we were out there for that. Another alcohol grant underneath John Nolan Drive in Monroe Terrace. Highest speed was 47, which is 22 over. A lot of complaints over there. Another seatbelt grant on Park Street. We spent a lot of time on Park Street this last year, and it's definitely has made a noticeable difference, and a lot of people have been very thankful, which is good to see. And another grant on Gammon and Schrader related to another bike ped grant. High speed there, 51, which is 21 over with about 15 stops. A lot of citizens commenting and thankful that we're in the area. Another speed grant on Highway 51 in Stoughton Road near Milwaukee Street. High speed there was 84 miles an hour, which is 29 over. I'm getting a little crazy. And another OWI grant on 51 there in the evening hours. That did result in an OWI arrest. Yeah, so that is, I think there's a few more left, and that's about it. So, does anybody have any questions?
Yeah, thanks for all that information. It's very, very helpful. Alder Okovich, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Jim. Thank you, Lieutenant. Are your officers pairing with a drone to try and pursue?
No, we don't. We don't have drones out only because we just don't have enough officers to be out there with drones all the time. We only deploy drones when like we have special operations or whatnot where we can dedicate officers to that. So yeah, I do wish that we had enough officers where we could deploy drones. Like other departments throughout the US are starting to do that more for calls for service. And it's really helpful for not just, picking up, reckless drivers, like people going 100 miles an hour, but for the safety of officers when they respond to some of these calls. And the drone can get there a lot faster and kind of give them an overhead to see what's happening. And so eventually, hopefully we'll get there someday, but not anytime soon.
Okay. And then another question, Robbie actually brought this up yesterday at a meeting I was having, but there'd be a program where like for Speeders Hotline, if you put in enough information that the vehicle was identifiable, so like make, model, license plate number, they would send a letter to the person to say like, hey, someone reported you speeding with the goal. It might be a person who didn't know that, their son was driving or something and the son's speeding. Do we still do that? Do we still send letters?
No, I don't believe we're sending letters anymore. I know Anna Olson, who's our traffic PRT, she'll do her best to try to respond. We get a lot of complaints, so she'll try to respond and follow up to complaints. We also send the traffic complaints to the district command staff, so like the district captain or the district operations lieutenant. And at times, depending on the complaint, they'll respond back to the complainant.
Okay. All right. I appreciate that.
Yeah, no problem.
Thanks, Alder. Bill, go ahead.
Thanks. Lieutenant, what is the status? Are you getting feedback from the officers as far as requesting overtime? Are they still in the willing to fill positions? Filling?
Burned out.
Are they burned out already?
Yeah. I mean, it's been a lot. It's been a lot lately with the protest stuff and whatnot.
I suspect we'll see those changes in the next quarter. Results of all the overtime that's been.
Yeah, I mean, we can't fill most of our spots. Like we have a bunch of special duty assignments, like different businesses or you name it that request us, and we can't fill the spots. So a lot of them just go empty, and we just tell businesses like, sorry, we can't fill it.
Well, I think at least for this quarter, we see the increase in speeding arrests, not arrests, the citations. So I think that it is. If we can get the officers out there, they're doing a job. But it's just like you say, this supply is short.
It'll be different this coming quarter with the numbers, probably. With
we'll see that
events.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
Thanks, Bill. Other comments or questions for Dave, for Lieutenant Meinert? Okay, very helpful information. I always get the chills when I see some of those speeds that you clock people going at, or where you can't even catch them and they're gone. So yeah, it's rather horrifying, but really excellent progress on catching speeding. Go ahead, Alder Harrington McKinney.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the presentation. And you know that I really flipped over to the Schroeder Road Gammon. That's where my focus is. There's a school there. And a lot of the students walk. Some bike, but many of them walk. And so what I hear you saying is that you have the grant, the funding, but you just don't have the police officers to stay and engage in that spot. Am I missing something? I want to make sure that I get that part clear because
Yeah, so there's a couple things. For the grants, they have to be within the high injury network. And so like a highway, right? So a city roadway that's also considered a highway. With the bike ped grants, we do have a little more leniency with those ones. But it's still, it's DOT funded grants. We have to report and be very specific on what we're doing and where we're doing it. So in general, right now it's been hard to, and a lot of times and not just within the last few months, but it is hard to get the officers to sign up for working extra because a lot of times they're already working 10, 12-hour shifts already. So to go and do additional traffic enforcement outside their normal shifts is really tough. It would be nice if we had a dedicated traffic team to work the shifts beyond 3 o'clock, because right now we only have our 6 dedicated traffic officers for the whole city 24/7 Monday through Sunday, right? So that's all that we have really dedicated to traffic enforcement. And ideally, and like we used to have two teams of 6. So we're hoping in the future that we can bring that back, but right now that's what we have to work with. So
I want to make sure, because I'm taking notes, that we have 6 officers that are for the entire city that's dedicated to
traffic enforcement.
Okay. I'm complete. I'm not complete, but I just don't know how to go into that. Thank you very much for the work that you do.
Yeah, no worries. And we, obviously when patrol officers aren't responding to calls for service, they do what they can to try to, do some traffic enforcement in between, running from call to call. And so they'll sit, in a known problem area. And, so we do ask a lot of them to take that on, and most of them know like the hot spots and whatnot, and we'll do that. And we also have our community policing team officers that they're tapped with a lot of different things. But they also, one of their duties is to conduct some traffic enforcement, when they have time, also in between their operations, when they're not, looking for homicide suspects and, following up on major crimes. So, but yeah, ideally we were able to get another team like we used to have, but.
And so my follow-up question is that some of my residents in that Schrader Road, Gammon Road area, and they're really concerned about the speeding, the traffic congestion, but it's not it. And what I'm hearing is that it's not that officers don't want to be in those hot spots. They're just 6 covering the entire city, and the capacity to do that is just 100%.
Not. It's just not there,
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you very much for your service.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you.
You're muted, Anne.
Okay, 2 times tonight. Thanks so much for coming and sharing the information. We really do appreciate it. It's very important to our work, and we appreciate the opportunity to have the opportunity to discuss it with you as well. So thanks so much.
Absolutely. Thanks for having me here. I appreciate it.
Okay. Thank
All
you.
right. Take care.
Yep. Okay, next we have crossover reports from members of other BCCs. Lynn?
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. I obviously I'm here because I am representing the Disability Rights Commission, and I just wanted to invite all those who may be interested. Tomorrow night, we are hosting Christoph and more staff from Madison Metro, and we have a very long list of suggestions that we have given them over the last year that we have not seen any progress on. So tomorrow night is the meeting at 7 o'clock. So we are going to be hopefully getting some answers and some schedules for when these changes might occur. Especially paratransit.
Sure. Yeah, for sure. We talked about that a couple meetings ago. So this is a Disability Rights Commission meeting tomorrow at 7 o'clock. It's a virtual meeting?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So anybody who's interested should be able to watch it online.
Or register to comment.
Sure. Great. Thank you for letting us know about that. Anybody have any questions for Lynn? Okay. Alderfield, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. I also sit on the Plan Commission, and I wanted to flag for the group that our next roughly quarterly in-person policy discussion meeting will take place on September 29th. The agenda and list of items for that meeting is not yet final, but we often have transportation-related content in those meetings, usually 3 to 4 topics. By our next Transportation Commission meeting, I think we'll know what the agenda will look like for September 29th, but I wanted to put that on your radar because those are often pretty interesting. They meet in person in the large room in the Madison Municipal Building. I think it's room 215. And you can stream online too.
Great, very helpful. Thanks so much. Other reports from other BCCs. Okay, thanks for those updates. Okay, I don't have any announcements tonight. I sent out the one that I had by email. So moving on to future agenda items. We have 3 placeholder items that we expect we may get referrals from the Common Council on traffic engineering's rebranding, adoption of the pedestrian plan, excuse me, and adoption of the Safe Routes to School plan. So we expect those to be referred to the September 16th TC meeting. We have approving Metro Transit's facilities planning and design manual, which Mick told us would be coming back to us. We need to appoint a TC representative to the Joint Campus Area Committee for this next year. We have a Metro Transit public hearing scheduled at 6 o'clock on their Title VI program update. And then we have a couple projects to review, one on Old Middleton Underpass and one on the East Rusk Path. So a lot coming up for that next meeting. Anybody have anything else for a future agenda item that we aren't already tracking? Harold.
Thank you. Not terribly urgent, but there was some news reporting about the school street trial that was done on the east side and what worked and what didn't work. So I think a report to the Transportation Commission at some point, and where this is going to go next would be nice at some point. Thank you.
Sure. Was that Colleen? I thought I saw Colleen on the news talking about that.
Right. That's, I think, the same. We
Okay.
saw the same thing.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I'd be interested in that as well. Alder Harrington McKinney.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'm really looking for a direction, and I want to specifically look at transportation and the overlay in the equity inclusion. I don't know how to dilute that, and I probably need to have some other discussions with transportation, but I'm really beginning to look at that network of people who might not bike, but who actually walk. And it's in that equity, because we are always asked for equity and inclusion, and how are we presenting and making transportation. I've been in so many meetings, and in those meetings, I can count the number of Black and brown people that's in that meeting, and these transportation decisions so impact their lives, and I don't think they understand it. And so I'm struggling with how do we do a job at bringing that group into understanding transportation is important. The decisions that we make are important for not just now, but the future for their children. So I'm at a loss how to do that, but I think that that's very important. And even in the presentations, sometimes we don't silt it down to say, this matters to you because. And so maybe I'm flying out there and I don't know how to land, but that is bothering me, because in the many meetings that I've been, I just don't see that representation in the mix. And so somehow we're missing that communication for that group of people. I'm complete.
Sure. Thanks, Alder. I'm going to think about that a little bit. It's about time for us to have Christy Kumar come back and talk with us again about equity and inclusion. And what I believe I'm hearing is, how do we bring all groups into the conversation about transportation issues that we're maybe not hearing from everybody that we should be hearing from. And this is something that we haven't specifically talked about in a while. I mean, we talk about it, of course, at every meeting with regard to every item, but as a more general topic. So I'll work on how to maybe phrase that, and maybe connect with copy Christy, and maybe we can come up with something that she can talk with us about, because I think that's right up her alley in terms of how we go about doing that. Does that sound good, Alder? Okay. Any other topics? Alder Field.
Thank you, Chair. May I make an announcement that's related to a likely future agenda item?
Sure.
This commission is familiar with South Stoughton Road, and I wanted to share that on Thursday, September 3rd, Alder O'Brien and I are hosting a public meeting on the South Stoughton Road redesign project, like a constituent-facing meeting driven by the city. So this will be staff from city planning and city transportation departments to provide information about the project in a framing that's a little more relevant to the Madison context for intersection design and multimodal safety. So this will be at La Follette High School the evening of September 3rd. For anybody who's interested in joining, I wanted to extend the invite to TC members.
Alder, I think I saw something on that, but I can't remember now if it was on Facebook or where I saw it.
Perhaps.
Yeah. If you have something, I mean, it's a topic that we're all very, very interested in, and that we've heard a lot of conversation about. If you have a link to something that you could forward to Aiden, then he could maybe push it out to all TC members so everybody has all the information at their fingertips. Would that be possible?
Certainly. I just forwarded it to yourself and Aiden. Thank you.
Okay, that's great, because then Aiden can just flip it out to everybody. Because I think that'd be a very interesting meeting for a lot of us to attend. Other comments or questions about things coming up for future topic? Because I'm certain we'll be talking about South Stoughton Road again here at some point soon. So anything else? Okay, then we need a motion to adjourn. Harold.
So moved.
Robbie.
Second.
Okay, there's a motion and a second, and I'm going to assume unanimous consent vote because nobody has ever voted no to adjourning. So thanks, everybody. A long meeting, but we had a lot of great conversation and a lot of good discussion. Thanks.